Evian water. You know, Evian spelled backwards is, right?
Yeah, that was the joke.
Naive, yeah. I'm not saying the guy was groundbreaking, but it was funny for water because it's, you know, it's like, oh,
you know, he's an asshole. He's an asshole. You didn't have to credit him, but
that was, I don't know him personally. You playing pickleball?
No. He got like red pills somewhere in the 2000s. Yeah.
Oh, I had no idea. Scratch that joke from the record, please.
Probably that. But look, I'm Gen X, proud. We drank out the hose. We drank out the Johnny Pump. H-O-S-E, bro. Get your mind out together. We drank out the Johnny Pump. We call it the fire hydrant. Some people call it the Johnny Pump. I'm fine. Like, there was no fire. There was no bottled water growing up. But it didn't exist when I was a kid. You thirsty, you turn on the sink, you put your mouth to the sink and drink some fucking water. That helped. Put it in a glass, break out the, my fridge had the fucking ice tray. Yeah, show my age. Fucking, who didn't fill the ice tray? Yeah, that's how I grew up.
Yeah, still drink out of the tap. New York has great tap water. Can you say?
Great tap water. People import our tap water. You heard about that with Spiritus? Like South Jersey, those pizza guys, they want our water to make it. That's what they said. That's what gives us our pizza. It's whatever it has, and our bagels. They ship our water out. PTR. Drew, where is that at?
It's out in Seattle.
Damn. Is that like a play on Ghost?
Yeah. I always thought it was funny. Like I really liked that movie when I was a kid, and that shit came out when I was like 1. I obviously didn't watch it then, but random fun fact. Sandra, you got one of those machines?
Yeah.
I was responding to Sandra in the chat. She had said, I think she said that she had one of those machines I was talking about, or she said she has a.
Yeah, I've had one for over 20 years, and he wasn't selling them, and she started drinking it, and she lived like 5 years longer than they thought she was gonna live. But yeah, I use it for everything. I use the acid water and the alkaline water. I use the acid water for like water in the face and stuff like that. It's not terpene.
So.
And I won't drink tap water. And I mean, I'm in Michigan. Michigan has the best water there is, but they still put water in it. She has over 100 different filters. So, yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good the fact that you said that her oncologist wasn't even selling it, I mean, that tends to make me be a bit more curious when somebody's trying to put me onto something when they don't stand to benefit from it.
Well, you get to the watershed, you spend on the bucket, and then the reverse osmosis water is for drinking. So, yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's dope. Appreciate you sharing that. Because I mean, like, the only people that I've really heard about it from are, like, my friends that sell those machines. It hasn't made me, like, I'm not entirely skeptical about it. I mean, but I just don't know enough about it, to co-sign it or not.
That you can really tell the difference from. Like, you can pour the alkaline water into a cup and put just a regular tea bag in it, and it literally pulls the tea out of the tea bag. You can watch it. I mean, it's
I did see that.
It's living. It's actually live. It's alive water. It's not killed without the crap that they put in our tap water, unfortunately. But I didn't pay no $3,000 for it. I think the first one I bought was like $1,200. And since then, with all the new technology and stuff, the prices have come down. So I don't know if you're selling it for $3,000.
Yeah, I think it's like kind of like this Kangen one. It's almost like an MLM in a sense. Like, so I think that's where like the extra cost comes from. Because people will sell it and then they turn around and try to get other people to sell it too. So it's not direct from the source. I don't think. Maybe you can get it cheaper from the source, but I imagine that's how they structure their business. But yeah, for those that said that alkaline water is a scam, I do think that in terms of like bottled alkaline water, I think it was Kamari. No, it wasn't Kamari that said it. Somebody else said it out. I'm not sure, but yeah, I do think that that's the case. Just like I had said, when the water is sitting on the shelves for 6 to 12 months, I mean, you can imagine that it's lost any inherent value.
Can't even sit on the grocery store shelves because they have those fluorescent lights, and the fluorescent lights kills the water. I would never buy it at the store. You might as well just pour your money down the toilet. Because even when we were getting it from the watershed, it had to be kept in a cool, under the light. I don't need to keep it for a certain amount of time. Because I think I'd get sick if I drank actual tap water. I mean, I literally carry, I only got one leg, y'all. I literally carry a gallon of water. What, baby? You talking about? You get sick? And maybe tap water gets sick. It's got other chemicals too. Oh, okay. But Michigan is supposed to have some of the best water in the country, but I've been drinking this too long to switch back.
Yeah, I mean, it could be true. You could potentially get sick. I mean, not like deathly ill or anything, but you might end up feeling sick. I think anything, when you're not exposed to certain things for a long period of time, I mean, the first time that you do get exposed to it, you're a lot more vulnerable. But once again, I will say I am not a scientist nor a doctor, so.
First, I'm over here to water from my house so that they don't have to buy it. My sons come and get water every week because they won't drink just regular water.
Yeah, it's hard to go back. It's just like, I mean, I can't drink tap water anymore just because I'm so used to, I got, just a water dispenser. I go to the store and fill up the 5-gallon jugs. So it's like, that's like the only way I drink my water now. moments in the room. We're over here having a long conversation about water. We're trying out right now. Fine with tap water. So, alright.
I'm with you, Spiritus. I don't smoke. I rarely drink. I mean, generally fit shape and fit. So I'm gonna roll the dice. I'm gonna roll the dice with tap water.
Yeah, I don't know what's good for you.
I am a follower of Dr. Sadida, so there's a lot of things that I don't eat or drink.
What did Dr. Sammy say about water?
He's about a complete alkaline diet. So,
why did nobody tell me that the whites were protesting Target too? Nobody tell me that. I just found that out today. Why y'all not talking about how the whites is joining in with the blacks in their protests? What's going on?
protesting in Brooklyn. Black people are protesting.
The whites are at the Target, literally there, protesting with signs and shit, singing songs. Like,
Is it DEI in Brooklyn? What does the sign say?
fuck Target. They singing "We Shall Overcome" and some more shit. I'm shocked because how long it's been since Jamal Bryant started this?
You know how them white girls love Target? They love Target like they love Starbucks.
No, so they mad because apparently Target let ice
That's dope,
something. That's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, I applaud it. I think that shit's cool. I mean, I would hope to see more of it, you know. I think that that's what I feel like the majority of this country should be doing. I mean, in terms of anything that we, you know, have an issue with. I shouldn't say that. I should watch what I say. Not anything, but a lot of the shit that we're seeing. I don't care what nationality somebody is. You know, I think that we as a people should be able to come together on moral terms.
Protesting with my dollars. I'm buying as much stuff as I can from black-owned businesses. And I haven't been to Target. It's about Target.
I'm gonna be real though. I just say that just based off the fact that I don't think that anybody was gonna skip the holiday, so it didn't make sense to me for people to cost themselves more money. I didn't think
Nobody is skipping out on discounted prices. That wasn't even realistic, to be honest.
Well, I mean, I remember that being a topic, you know, around that time.
People like discounted prices.
Yeah.
Black-owned businesses. So that's what I did. All my gifts were either handmade or bought from black-owned businesses.
Yeah, we just trying to keep the room alive right now. That's all.
His earlier performance was very entertaining.
He's burnt out. He's probably having a cigarette out on the deck right now.
It was good. He had and everything.
It's a crash out.
That wasn't a crash out. It was a nice performance.
Oh, good.
That was a song.
We had
There was a little Simon in there too. But overall, it was a lot going on, and it was very entertaining.
Shirley from there.
Yep.
Bring up this big. That big one. Julia Bell. That's the piece in the blanket part. Tuesday's birthday.
Some people call them hot dogs.
Oh, yeah, the hot dogs. Sounds
I call
awesome.
it Franks. I call them
You
Franks.
don't call them Franks.
I do call them Franks.
No, never. No. I don't believe them.
I do. I call them Franks. And like, mostly everybody in my family call them Franks too.
I've never heard of that.
I don't understand it. They're Frankfurters.
But people still don't call them that either.
Oh no, but for some odd reason, in my family, that's what I call them. I never called them hot dogs until I moved to Atlanta. Oh my God.
I'm not going to call contact.
Now they're oblivious. That's the first one complain real quick. I'm not gonna say where I don't land, but I'm saying I'm telling that's for wake up call. And you know what they said? You don't have wake up calls, you can use your phone. Yeah, it is. No, well, I will have to now. Oh my God.
You just wanted to hear somebody's voice right
I
now.
think you are being.
I just want the phone. I want the phone ringing to wake me up. That's all. It's not a big ask.
That's not a bougie, Scotty. I'm not gonna lie, because I don't think I ever asked for a wake up call.
You never ask for a wake up call?
Never.
Do you just use your phone?
Matter of fact, they probably call me to wake me up anyway, because anytime to check out at night.
I feel like you got to
I get a wake up call by default.
Shit, I asked for a couple wake up calls.
You want me to wake you up?
That's
Yeah, if you could call me at 7 a.m.
That's very Madison Avenue, Scotty. It's very bougie. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm literally gonna ask my mother to call me.
And she gonna call you too on the dot. She may call you 5 minutes before.
Oh, she'll call me.
And be like, ain't you supposed to be up now? You know how they do. She gonna call you too. That's one thing.
Am I the only one? Am I the only one who usually wake up calls?
I've never even considered a wake up call.
Oh my
You
God.
know that?
No,
That was their pride.
no, I get the calls with them saying we're pounding.
Hey, lady, the fuck?
Maybe I just want a human connection with people.
I guess I just say even before a human connection was needed, I ain't getting a wake up call. I'm just saying. It's very like Park Avenue view.
Well, I mean, I get where he's coming from, though. I mean, something about that.
There you go.
But they don't have an alarm clock.
It sounds very caring, though. Like, hey, I'm just calling to mention.
And there's a phone in my room.
connection.
I mean, they do that. They do that too, but I mean, like, I want something other than relying on my phone. That's all.
Oh, I'm a good hotel now. Don't you threaten me with a good, fancy hotel. But I just in my whole entire human experience on this earth, ask for a fucking wake-up call ever. They just wake me up by default because I'm sleeping in.
Have y'all been to a hotel that uses bots for like the doors or like the room service?
No.
It's pretty cool. I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen it, but yeah, I ordered room service before I got R2D2 delivering my food.
I really get room service, especially since like DoorDash and Uber Eats and shit. I really get room service unless it's like a really good restaurant in the hotel, but then I just go and sit in the hotel. Yeah, I just go and sit in the restaurant. So,
The first time.
they got the bots at the restaurants now. There's like this Jamaican restaurant here. And they got like the little bot that's delivering the food around.
Yeah, I saw that in LA. When I was out in LA, I saw these little robots delivering food up and down the street.
No, not those. I don't see a lot of those because it's not like that kind of town where people just, live like in the city maybe, but I still don't see none of those bots. But what I'm saying is they got like bot waitresses, right? Instead of a person bringing you the food, they put it on the bot and they bring you the food. You know what I'm saying? And then the bot come and you press in your order and
ma'am, I asked for wake-up calls. Okay, I don't have to.
How bougie are you? That I want coffee right now because I really do for some odd reason. I've been having a tea. I want some coffee with some Baileys in it.
Productive right there.
Want coffee with Baileys?
Yeah.
That's
I mean, it sounds good as far as the taste goes, but at the same time, like, is it gonna get you up or is it gonna put you down?
Baileys ain't even, it's literally like a creamer. It's really, real. It has no alcohol if you ask me. But you don't even put enough of it in your drink for the alcohol to be effective. So it's just like a creamer. It's delicious. I love Baileys and like hot tea or hot coffee around the because I don't drink, so that's the most drinking I do is Baileys. Where everybody go?
What happened, babe?
I said where everybody go.
Child, I got work. I got a lot of shit going on.
Patty, you travel a lot, right?
Not recently. I've been stuck.
Okay. But let's say in the last 10 years, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, cool. Do you ever ask for wake-up calls at the hotel?
That depends on what I'm there for. If it's government, no.
Okay, but you have, right? I just want to make sure I'm not crazy. Okay, because nobody here says they ever used a wake-up clock.
Huh? Except me.
Oh, except you. But that's at like 11:30. I'm fucking like 7.
I mean, I'm in the wake-up call at 11:30, exactly. Like, it's time to check out. That's my wake-up call. It's not, you told me to wake you up at 7 a.m.
No, but I've lived in business for years where I've had to get up at 6 or 7 in the morning. So, yeah, and I've always used
Me too, but I just use my phone or I use the alarm clock.
Yeah, no, I've never been to a hotel that didn't have wake-up call. I think that's weird. It's a digital. All they have to do is plug it in, and it's not a person calls it. I have no idea.
I mean, but they're getting away from everything that needs human interaction. They're just not doing it anymore.
It could be
Like, if I went to a restaurant that had a robot, I would leave. Like, what's the point?
We'll choose to tip the robot, in which case I'll stay.
No, but you know they put gratuity on everything, so. At least down here they do.
Yeah, no, I seen that. I seen that in certain places.
Everything I be mad. Like, bitch, you ain't even deliver nothing. Like, I'm literally standing in like restaurants. To be fair.
Yeah, I hate when it's an automatic just because it's like I'm not based that on the service.
Gratuity and the bigger the party is how they go up in gratuity. So you might be paying like 25%.
Well, I mean, honestly, I do think that I mean, of course, it is like it still comes down to like the level of service, but I mean, they get a party of like, but like that's a lot of work for a waiter though. Like
the service don't even be worth it. Like me and my people tip good. I just don't want to be forced to tip a bitch if the service ain't good. And it'd be like, since gratuity has been added, the service is not as good as it used to be. Just to be honest, like, they was better when they knew that they had to get a tip. But now, they feel like it's automatic. And, you know what I'm saying?
I have a really important question to ask the room. Has it always been the case that in the chat there's no time markers at all? Which I used to be able to go and look and see like what happened an hour ago or 20 minutes ago. And now there's nothing. You have no idea.
I think so.
Right. It wasn't always like that. This is the new update because it used to be where you could see it'll be like just now or 15 minutes ago or 21 minutes ago, hour ago. That's what I said. Like, I don't know when they posted that.
Sorry, because you kind of knew where the room was and where it had been, and this makes it crazy. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
That's for the first world complaint departments, guy.
Oh, yeah. I had one up there. I had to ask somebody to put me down in the audience. I left 3 times. I came back, but I left 3 times and I was still up on stage. There's no way to put yourself down.
Really? You can. I put myself down. Yeah, I could do that.
There's no place on my screen that tells me that I can put myself down.
Oh, wow.
It's not here anymore. It used to be here, but now it's gone.
No, get on your profile and see if there's a blue bar that says move audience.
Yeah, I got it still.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it.
I do too.
See it?
Not on my screen.
That's so weird.
I remember the other day I came in and said, well, somebody please put me back in the audience. I had been in and out like 3 times.
You're being held captive by the stage.
No, that wasn't in the room because I kept leaving the room because I was doing other stuff. But I like to listen while I'm doing other stuff. But I got busy, so I was like, damn, I'm still up there. That's crazy.
Yeah, I be paranoid. A lot of the time I'll just be in here listening and I get paranoid that my phone's off mic or something while I'm at work.
This is not our first rodeo, first of all. It's very adult. Even Muslims in the world, they've gone through like years and years, if not years, like so many videos and debates on polemics. Even between the Sunni and Shia, you'll find these raging debates about hadiths. At least use the ones that are known, that are considered like respectable at least. Not the content, but that can be used as reference.
What are you just talking about?
Hadiths.
They're telling me that there's a hadith that's no good. But I was bringing them
This hadith has never popped up. Ever.
And I told them I don't get them.
You think the shares would have been...
Wait, hold on. Okay, so this doesn't matter whether or not it pops up.
It's naive. That's
Yes, life is not, does not mean it's completely meaning.
it means that doesn't have a head nor a tail. It can't be clarified, identified, or put down as something that has truth. It means it's weak. We don't know. When you don't know something, and the freaking scholar in the same school is saying, I don't know, why
was it transmitted? If it's that meaningless, it wouldn't have been transmitted.
Because people said a lot of shit. I think
Yeah, but that's why, like, certain stuff was transmitted, others was not.
So someone somewhere said something, and one person on the way heard this who was...
When they found it important enough to transmit it for 1600.
I've had this problem, I don't take the mortgage out. I find the methodology weak, right? However, there still is some truth to the way it's done. It still has a method, right, that you can verify with. That method can be set as a metric. And in that, I respect the metric. Now, if you don't respect the metric, then what are we even debating? Like, I don't even know where this hadith is from. You don't know where it's from. Sheikh for sure doesn't fucking know where it's from.
You guys didn't go back for a second ago. And then I start reading it. Everybody's like, this ain't a hadith. You just started crap.
It's so unheard of. It is so zaif.
that it clearly is showing like fabrication to it.
When I heard it, I thought it wasn't even the truth. I was thinking, even if it's, I was like, somebody's reading this off of Reddit or something, you know?
Well, you need better ways to do it. There's such great ways to do it, like to have interfaith with it. This just makes you you're reducing some credibility.
I didn't write it, but I read word for word.
Where have you been? I was going to text you.
A bit busy. But yeah.
I got worried for a moment.
Yeah. Don't tell them your plan.
Oh, Mikkel, somebody came by, they drove by, whatever. They said a crazy hadith and they left, and I was just trying to tell them.
I don't know what it is. She's a hadith for a Congressman.
Just so sweet. What is it about? Strange and questionable narration. Is this guy still about that? Bro. It's not funny. It's funny like a year ago, maybe 2 years ago. But 2 years now?
Yeah, it's still doing that there, shit. Yeah.
Gotta switch it up. Get that.
Is it raining outside or what? Why is there so much noise?
There's water.
He's probably taking a bubble bath.
Shut up, God damn it.
Well, I can't believe it. All these Sunnis thought I wrote it or something like that, or else I'm making a
It doesn't matter. It's weak. End of story.
Okay, but if I told you...
One second, why aren't these hadiths discounted then?
This is all so nonsense. It's not even...
They should have burned the person at the stake.
No, we don't burn it, because if we burn it, then you're going to say we're covering it up.
But the person who wrote it, they should have burnt them at the stake.
No, the whole point is to compile all hadith, and then even have any metric that can be measured, compile them to prevent any new innovation onto hadith. So no more people coming up with hadith and claiming it to the Prophet. We have everything concentrated from that time period. So it's a valve cap. The violation of hadith was a valve cap to prevent the innovation in hadith.
But what's different in this situation than the situation Uthman was placed in?
Uthman standardized the script.
Answers question.
Why did he have to standardize it? Or was he the arbitrator of standardization?
You already know this. I don't need to tell you.
There's not a Quran before that.
You don't know the answer, Shane. You don't know the answer, so you're telling me all these years you fucking didn't go on AI or something and decide, let me look to the bottom of this. Take it to the bottom.
If I haven't seen the Quran before, I cannot
Christianity, and then all your talking points are pseudo talking points against Islam. Meanwhile, you don't know anything.
Oh, thanks for asking. Jesus Christ is Lord and Savior. The only begotten Son, that he shall ever believe in him shall receive everlasting life. It is.
That's Christianity.
He is the Word that took upon flesh, that created the world, the universe, the heaven, the earth.
Alright. That's most of it all. Muslims are Christian then. If it's about that, then you got Muslims believe it. Muslims don't deny Jesus Lord.
So you would be like,
Yeah, it's Lord.
Master, Lord can also be Wali.
Yes, that is correct.
I know this stuff. So
I know this stuff.
if it's about semantics and sun, well, non-knower from a manifestation of the logos, the known, actualized by the Holy Spirit, which is the Son of Man, to actualize the Son of Man. I already explained this a million times.
That really brought form.
Nothing about Christianity other than semantics.
Right, miss. I thought you told him to kick shit whenever he mistaked.
I've been a good boy.
He did. He's just a cheap ass polemicist. Like, he can use so many better arguments to be a polemicist.
Playing around with too many 20-year-olds.
I just know how to vaguely deflect and skirt through.
Like it really reduces your credibility as a drop dad jokes. Bad dad jokes. Oh God. You're back. You're hooked again. You're off the wagon.
I've been on like a work trip, so I'm like, fuck it, I'll be on Clubhouse for a bit, and I got another one coming up, so.
Where did they send you?
Might as well. The Midwest. She's around the Midwest. North one.
I like it. Yeah.
Whereabouts in the Midwest? Very familiar.
I mean,
Can we
it's
come over?
cool. No shit. Tim doesn't come over.
I know the Midwest like the back of my hand.
It's a huge. Midwest is fucking huge. You know the whole Midwest.
Oh yeah.
Like Chicago, Michigan, Wisconsin.
Oh yeah. Iowa. Nebraska. South Dakota, North Dakota, Wyoming.
You've been to Wyoming, shit?
Oh yeah.
What do you do in Wyoming? It's just like Mount Iowa. You been to Iowa?
Iowa. If you.
Are you a truck driver? Have you been all these places, shit?
Oh yeah, I'm a truck driver.
Okay, that's why.
I've been to Iowa before. I thought it would be like a lot more conservative, and I went to Dubuque and some other fucking place, but it was.
You're right by
Boise is very political.
Boise, Idaho?
Yeah, isn't that where all the political stuff happens? Where it's like a destination for all the candidates?
Honestly, it's pretty quiet out there. They have these, like, I went down there in downtown area, parked my truck in the truck stop, grabbed an Uber in town, and it was so clean. They take littering so serious, like a $500 fine. And the city's so clean, you can get off of it.
What I was tripping on is like, any Starbucks you go to, there's gonna be a tranny with like purple hair in there. It's like guaranteed no matter where you're at.
Oh, that's always done.
Excuse me, what's wrong with purple hair? I know what's wrong with chips. What's wrong with purple hair?
It's just like, what's up with them on being baristas? Like, there's gotta be some science behind that
Because
shit.
they're creative. They can mix well.
They should have you know what type of jobs?
What?
Like mechanic shop, like where they change the oil and they're working in those below ground pits.
No way. That's dirty here. No, but you're not a truck driver, right?
No.
Are we kidding? What did you do for a profession? Beach works.
Yeah, I don't talk about it on Clubhouse. Yeah. Too many weirdos.
Fair enough.
And your people are crazy, no offense.
They're the worst.
I mean, you saw what they did to you, right? So,
Yeah.
yeah, dude. They're nuts. Are they still on your ass, or is it like chill?
No, don't worry. I got fine.
Nice.
I worked it all out.
Signed a deal. Had to deal with it.
It's really annoying that Delaware Hutchins face is all over this app now.
You know what? Let me change my photos to make it more appropriate.
Can you not?
I'm sure you would love for this to go away, wouldn't you, Buttercup?
Yeah.
Just sweep it right under the rug.
Yeah.
But
It's very convenient that
it's
it's
just like 11 Muslim guys, but you know,
That's true. That's a good point.
what's the Muslims at the end of the day? But we try to blame y'all for that too, so.
I think it makes it worse for you guys if you try to defend them. Like, but you guys say, what does this have to do
No,
with
you know who that's
Jewish
not.
people?
It's Norm. Norm will be up there like, I don't see any crime.
Why don't you just throw him under the bus? Like, why do they? I don't understand. Like, it's not that hard to throw someone under the bus. Be like, oh, he's not. He's not a real team.
I would play up the Emirati guy. I would do so much shit. There's so many opportunities to.
I feel like every group is implicated in this scandal. Like, there's no one who's untouched. You know.
Yeah, but
Actually, Christians. Yeah, there's simple That's right.
If there is.
Not like in terms of like a church.
Or Russian Pentecostal.
the Russians, I don't know about the Russians. Steve Bannon's all over this shit, so I don't know.
There's a ton of Russian shit in there. They had a whole like trafficking thing from Russia. Like they were working. He was meeting Putin. There was a ton of Russian shit in there.
Oh, they didn't meet Putin. Oh, heck,
He tried to. He tried to meet.
He was trying to arrange meetings with Putin. I don't know.
Would it really? Good luck, I think. And the
The whole Eastern world, well, not the Eastern,
but
China and Russia.
people in Putin's inner circle he would have close contact with people in Putin's inner circle, and they got him women and stuff.
Buttercup, wasn't there an email about him getting
The current president.
Herzog,
yeah. And of course, Barack, right? Barack.
yeah.
He had an interview recently.
To the house.
Did you guys see that interview? He got caught walking into the apartment.
Yeah, his townhouse in New York City. They have that picture of him like walking in with the antenna over, but it's like, dude, we don't know who that is from.
An easy time. He kept trying to point to other people, and that he was like swerving.
Yeah, he's hooked. I don't know. There's an Emirati girl too who was like, you think I'm hot? You should see my little sister, who was like 10 at the time or some shit. Was like trying to pick out her little sister. Fucking filth.
That's rough.
Crazy times.
There go Democrats for you.
This is the story's never gonna fucking end. It's like millions of dollars. Anybody gets written down.
Shit, dude, I hate this guy.
You don't just hate an ideology, you attribute it to all Jewish people. You attribute it based on the way your criticisms of Jewish ideology, you attribute to anyone with ethnic Judaism.
No, I do not. I explicitly do not. I have said this multiple times.
You've told me many times that you think I'm evil because I'm Jewish, and I have no faith. I'm no wrong. Yes, you have. You literally made your.
I have never said that to you.
Messages.
I have never said that to you, seriously. If ever I said something to you, it would be a troll and you know it. I have multiple times said to you, seriously, that I do not think they were evil. I have actually gone as far as to say that you are an soul not a Jew. Right? But regardless of what I do say this to you. When I
That's just only like primitive, like tribal, provincial Jews say that to me. Okay? You're agreeing with them?
Listen, Marco. Again, but with me, forget about what me and my thinking is, and forget about all of it. Let's stick to first principles.
There's a really bad look at for me to let an anti-Semitic.
Is it wrong to hate an ideology?
To hate an ideology is a religion, is an ancient tradition.
Forget it. Is it wrong to hate an ideology? Yes or no?
It's wrong to target an entire faith tradition when you know there are many different strains and interpretations, and they can't be treated like a monolith.
Okay, so there's many different strains of Nazism. It's wrong to hate all Nazis because there's many different strains of Nazism.
That's not the same. Nazism is a very clear ideology. Judaism, like all faiths, like Christianity,
No, actually, it's multifaceted.
It has many different strains and interpretations.
No, Nazism has many different strains.
Do you hate all other faiths that are not yours?
Not necessarily, no.
Yeah, we like that.
Not just Jews, but not necessarily.
Jews or Muslims? Who's more evil, Jews or Muslims?
I'm not attributing it to the person. I'm attributing it to
Okay, which ideology is more evil? Judaism or Islam?
Judaism.
Do it.
Why, Betty? What's wrong with her?
Because
They killed Jesus, duh.
I think the answer
It's a serious thing, though.
He's not a serious thing. Of all the Christian journey to find itself, and the one strain of Christianity he chooses is the most hateful, anti-Semitic, vile, conspiratorial version of Christianity he could find. That's not a coincidence. You are a monster, Betty. This found one strain of Christianity that is the most hateful because it validates your worldview. That's what.
actually, that's not true at all.
You had plethora of options, and that's what you picked. You had a whole
that's all what happened. That's all what
She
happened.
really is the Powerpuff Girl.
I know that.
Picture.
No, she's not.
Yes,
I know. No. Orthodox Christianity did not value Orthodox Christianity as this worldview as a direct result of Orthodox Christianity.
As a direct result of Orthodox Christianity. Why? Tell me what it is within the Judaic framework that you have a problem with.
So it's the rejection of other.
Also going against the commandments.
Almost no strains of Judaism actually do not Jews.
But
And even the ultra Orthodox don't get. You don't know what you're talking about. You're literally
We can start going to the Talmud, but they're gonna call me as an anti-Semite.
yeah, because you cherry pick shit and you don't read the rest of the Talmud.
he can say anything. He needs to provide evidence for whatever he's saying.
I'm not doing an anti-Semitic
Since you're going to do it.
Do it in your own church, not in my church.
See, I can have this conversation with you.
It's a one line, okay? It's one hard line. It's like I'm willing to throw my people under the bus. I'm willing to talk about the genocide. I'm willing to call for Palestinian liberation. I'm willing to call the Gaza genocide Holocaust, right? I'm throwing my fucking dead grandparents from the Holocaust under the bus, and yet my one line is I don't mod people in my church who hate Jews. I'm sorry, and we're not going to engage you in your fucking Talmudic bullshit because you don't know anything.
I love the Jews.
Hey, Benny, I didn't know you had such a view. Yeah, you have
I've explained this several times.
Respectful anti-Semite. We love to see it.
What are you guys like? I don't know.
I am actually respectful.
He is.
He's the most respectful hater I've ever met.
That makes it more dangerous, though, if you notice, right? If he was just a vile person, disgusting, it'd be so easy to dehumanize him. Look at this piece of shit. Burn him. Yeah, he's so nice. It'd be nice to get people here and share the positive things about religions, not the hurtful things.
Oh, shit. Stop it. Shut the fuck up, y'all.
I remember why I had your bitch ass on the block, chef. You're bad at my jokes. I wasn't a joke. Your jokes were worse than your Islamophobia. Your fucking jokes were... Fucking hell, man. He would just butt in with the same fucking joke every 5 seconds. It was a dad joke. It was, I don't know. Why do you say something about Iraq and Iran?
Yeah, the
it was just 30 fucking times in a row. It wasn't Iraq and Iran. It was when that ordeal with Israel and Iran went down. Some shit like that.
No, please no. I'm quite stressed about my country. I don't think you guys have, I don't think, Shane, you've ever been in a war or seen the outcomes of one or been...
I watch a lot of war movies.
That counts.
He's probably played Call of Duty, to be fair. I think I might kill all this time.
Marcus, how are you coping with this?
I like going to my hair. They were talking about freaking scriptures and how it sees homosexualities, aligning with all these heterosexual homophobes, the cutie, and they're getting all
when I see my people getting genocided, I like to watch documentaries about worse things to make me feel less bad. Like North Korea or some shit, just go down a rabbit hole and be like, could be worse.
I've always found that to be...
It's really life altering. It's really like character altering. I feel like I can really change my personality once this like then it just all my interests, like the things I wanted to focus on. Me and Judy got back in touch because we hadn't talked to each other in many years and we were both sort of like all consumed by the news. Remember that?
That's very jealous.
I actually thank God that I started talking to Buttercup again because I just didn't find people who understand it very well and can talk to me about it. It's very hard to. One thing is if you live it, and the other thing is if you observe it. They are totally different things, and I think Buttercup lived some part of it. So she read headlines on the news, and they make an opinion based on some headlines on certain news channels. It's very complicated, and you really need to spend a lot of time reading about it. Even like I lived it, but every day I still learn something new about it. So the Middle East, I get surprised because every day I learn something new about it.
This is a beautiful thing. People of different beliefs and understandings coming together because they want to find a common ground and a peace. As long as the world strives for that, it's going to be amazing.
Why laughing? What do you culture? For God's sake.
It's going to be amazing. The world's falling apart. It's going to be amazing.
It's going to be amazing.
No, but people are striving for peace, and
That's all that matters.
That's sometimes the worst part is like if you're at work or like if you're at an office, put your phone down and then start typing up an email and things like that.
I know. I really struggled with that right after October 7th. Like you go to work and you're supposed to act as if everything is normal, and you're terrified for your family because you don't know what's going to happen. I mean, that part, just it's very unpredictable. Things could happen. Things could change any moment, and there are no guarantees that this conflict will not hurt your family. I mean, it hurt. It did hurt.
The world is this. It's got a dragon.
But luckily, everyone of us.
Hey, John, get over. Got your mail.
You were close, real close.
If it actually.
Bright Star said hi in the night.
You haven't had that happen. Like in your immediate family.
Yeah, I've had immediate family. And like in Iran right now, I don't even know what's going on. I called my mom up. I think I might have lost like a couple of family members, like close to me.
You might have lost a couple of family
I'll tell
members.
you a year later, by the way.
They tell you if I could do it, yeah, and it's troubling me. Like I'm living in anxiety. Constantly, like they're killing people. We don't know who is being killed, how they're being killed. So yeah, this is not right. This is not the way humans should live in this world.
Yeah.
But you also understand that we're safer in the U.S. than in other countries, but it's not like we have total impunity, because our government does crazy things too,
And Homeland Security. So what do you think is going to take its place?
Taylor, how's your family doing?
Same as Nagus, like we don't know for sure because that's exactly what they do. They don't want people to worry. They don't want people to freak out. So they could just say something, like not say something for a while.
They won't say something.
What's up with parents and family to do that shit? It's just like literally your parents, like
They come up with excuses, like all kinds of excuses. So for my grandma, and it was that like when you're getting married and stuff like that, I can't remember if it's like you're married, huh? I can't remember, but it had something to do with like, they had just given like the news of an engagement or something, and so they didn't give the news of the grandma immediately or something like that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm asking her, like,
yes, I know
can you communicate with me? Like, can you tell me exactly, like, what's going on? Like, I'm asking, is everyone fine? And then there's a pause, and I know that fucking pause. He says, yeah, everyone's fine. We don't know about every single person. This is my immediate fucking family. This is like my aunts, my grandmother, my uncles, people I grew up with. And my cousins sometimes just,
Have you ever seen the show Curb Your Enthusiasm?
yes, I have.
There's an episode where Larry's mom dies, and he goes to like visit his dad, and he's like, "Hey, where's mom?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, like is she still in the hospital?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, she's doing better. Yeah, she's doing better." He's like, "Yeah, you know how people do." He's like, "Oh okay." He starts asking more, and then he finds out, "Oh, your mom died." He's like, "What the fuck? Why didn't she tell me?" He's like, she told me she didn't want you to worry. You're in New York City. She didn't want you to worry. You know, you'd be all bummed out because she died. It's like, fuck, man. Like, when's the funeral? He's like, it was on Monday.
Also, these are mass killings, right? Yeah, it's fucked up. Also, these are mass killings. So someone could just be walking to the store. Someone could just be freaking, I don't know, picking up their clothes from the dry cleaner or something. It's not like you can like sit at home all the time.
Nurses, did you say that you long to go back home?
I long to go back home.
I know, but I don't think you can live home.
I got it.
Yeah, it's very hard.
Yeah.
I think you get used to certain standards,
Yeah.
and I'm not saying that we're above other people, but last time I visited the West Bank, I was really scared. You know, and everyone around me, there were some gunshots nearby my family's house, and I was in the living room with the rest of my family, and I was the only one who tried to escape to a room without doors or windows. Everyone just laughed at me like, "What are you doing?" And it's sad.
It's the window, yeah.
It's sad because people kind of give up, like they don't care about their safety anymore. You know what I mean?
Yes, and everything in the US is about every little thing that is safe or comfortable.
I have a girlfriend that's Palestinian, and this was before, like, like everybody was like, Palestine was on everybody's, like, all the rave, if you will, popular to talk about. But so it was before October 7th. My girlfriend went to, I think it was for the West Bank. It might have been East Jerusalem, but I'm not sure. But she went and she was telling me there's no reason for her to make it up because it was just miscellaneous. She had came back from there and she tells us the story that she was taking a shower and like water, there's a certain amount of water you can use, whatever. And that the IDF soldiers had dropped a dead animal in the water thing, for people that,
Yeah, the water supply. That would usually do that shit.
That's a classic war tactic. If you go throughout history, whenever then the army's coming in from the opposing side, they throw dead animals in the wells.
Wait, she took a shower. She was taking a shower and she was like, "What the F is that smell? What the F is that smell?" Yeah.
It was a dead carcass, right?
Yeah. Freaking
That's wicked.
Yeah, shit's gross.
They've been doing that since the 60s, 50s.
It's been around since. Vlad the Impaler used to do that.
No, I'm saying since the 50s, with rats and shit like that.
Well, they've been doing it even when Napoleon was invading Russia.
It's probably the oldest forms of like biological warfare.
East Jerusalem is better than the West Bank when it comes to water supply because their land is just basically dry. There's not enough water. And water distribution is, depends on who you are.
I know. I don't even want to go back, dude. I'm like, you fuckers, dude. You just make it so whack.
I know what it is. You guys get a taste of this NASCAR. I don't blame you. I wouldn't want to go back to it.
Yeah, that's what Judy was saying. Yeah, that's what Judy was saying. Like they set the levels at such high freaking. The levels are so high for safety and just comfort.
Especially when you're used to America.
Yes.
That we waste every day. I was actually thinking about that today. We waste so much food here. We have abundance, and other countries have nothing.
Yeah. It depends on where you are in that country. You can live like a king in a pauper's land, or you can live like a pauper in a king's land. Like the people, like 70% of America, even more, I think. I don't know the stats. I think they said 70 to 80% live paycheck to paycheck every month. Right? Now, you can live a king's life if you're like in a country where, you know.
But even like poor people here have a certain level of quality of life.
Yeah, I agree.
And they can still have food stamps, health insurance, rent assistance, stuff like that, cash assistance.
Yeah, that is true.
You can go to the food bank and get food. I know people who go get free meals every day.
Yeah. And if you're living next to the Sikhs and their gurudwaras, they just get food for free every single
if you go to our temple,
the Gurujis.
Or the church,
Yeah, they're so good with that, honestly.
They're so good at that.
And they allow people outside their faith. That's the beautiful thing about them.
Yeah. I've been to that golden temple.
I'm like Benny, I'm just kidding.
I've actually been. No, I have been to one.
I'm saying you're not pluralistic.
I'm not.
No, you hate Jews.
That's
Do you have a Jewish friend that like a
He doesn't hate Jews, but the ideology is probably
very proud of it.
I don't know. Look, I can explain this 10 more times, and she's still gonna stick on the same thing.
It's like a bothering feeling when you get along with someone and you like them, but they hate you.
I don't hate. That's the thing. I don't hate Buttercup.
Yeah, he says you're not basically like the child of
That's a lot of people are not wrong. I can hate you when you're being attacked. In addition to that, even fucking Emerald says the same thing. Why do you hate me? I don't hate you. She's like, do you hate my daughter? I was like, no, I don't hate you.
You just want to erase your people.
Stop it.
paradoxes, Benny. I do adore him. He's just an anti-Semitic.
You know what it is? Perhaps he can't explain the Trinity too well, right? Because
shots fired.
No, I mean, and Norris, you know I can explain it just fine.
If you're agnostic,
We've been in enough religious rooms.
perhaps the one God of the Jew and the one God of the Muslim are a bit too true for you to
Actually,
want to.
the one God of the Jew and the one God of the Muslim are not exactly the same.
They're exactly the same.
No, they're not.
Also,
Exactly the same.
the God of the Jews, the God of
Just read Rambam. And then
You mean the guy that was living on Muslim lands, right?
So what?
That was actually.
So what?
I mean, first of all, there's right there. Second of all, even the Rambam criticized Muslims.
In
He
what?
insulted the Prophet. He was insulting the Prophet.
That's not. No. So that's fine. You're making a fallacy by association, right? You're saying because.
No.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You're saying
by association.
You're saying because he was associated to a certain religion.
Yeah, that's not a fallacy.
That is a fallacy.
Like, you read, no, it is, it's not. Like, you read what, and it's the same thing for Christians. Like, you don't have to make this all about the Jews. You read what Christians have to say about Muslims in Muslim land.
That doesn't matter.
That's not necessarily the same.
You're not addressing his God model, right? I'm saying his God model is, which is AKA the Nouveau Jewish God model, is identical to. It is ADS. It is, which by the way, the Muslims don't. Majority.
Muslims don't fall for the day. That's kind of the point.
Okay, fine. I don't buy money.
I love how you dismiss yourself.
Douglas has been vaping tonight, so please excuse her.
Oh my god, that was hilarious. I love that.
So cool. That's the first time I fucking got jacked by myself. I fucked myself up. But anyway, shut your mouth, you very good.
Yeah, pretty good.
Very good.
Really good. Alright.
That
Why are you pretty good?
was nice.
serious room in which like standards were being put forth, like do not use the F word. It was one of these very conservative Islamic rooms. We should not use bad language. We should not use shut up. The rope one comes up. Hello, can we use Gandu? Like that was his thing, Benny. Can we use the word Gandu?
Gandu.
Gandu. Were you there? No, the Iranian who came. So you know how we use like sentences like the position. What's your position in the argument?
Yeah.
What position do you take? Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. So tells me to tell that story every time. He freaking comes in. He's fighting. All of them are calling him Reza Pahlavi supporter. He's not. So he's trying to defend his position, right? So then people start asking, okay, so wait, now I'm on your mother.
Oh, I was there for that. That's great. The Iranians have a way of coming out with some really unexpected.
He's like 100 years old too.
Yeah, and it's the older ones too. Like, remember Senna, the old guy?
Yeah.
He was during the 12-day war. He was like, I'm just laying back, smoking my joint. And I'm thinking, this guy sounds like a chef, up to that point. I'm like, what did you just say? What are you talking about? You're like 75 years old.
Bro, you want that bitch. I've heard that one. You want that bitch, I fuck your frog. Just all kinds of weird.
My position is 69
on your mother.
That's pretty good, actually.
They're bombarding him with, what do you think Reza Pahlavi? I mean, he was saying, you like Reza Pahlavi? You fucked her.
I don't, I've had enough of Reza Pahlavi. I don't care.
This
You gotta choose your own person.
position. He says, you want to know my position?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. It's funny. He was right for the jacket from the beginning.
Where's Buttercup? I want to slurp some sweet tea for her. Last night. Yeah.
Oh, you were doing it the other day.
I slurped. Cora got up and burped.
Yeah.
The only thing that was required was Sarah to fart. It was like all we need is one person to let it rip. Guys, one time Stella left her freaking phone open and she flushed.
Oh, that was embarrassing.
Listen, in one of these super Iranian rooms where Stella is like, yes it is.
No, it's not. Just
What are you told me?
that doesn't mean it's true.
Shut up. So Monir was saying, and then Stella just speak, I think, for 2 days or something.
No, it's not true. Why?
Is he really lying? Shut the fuck up.
It's like I would come on and be like, what's up?
Not last year, in 2024, the end of 2024, somebody wanted to come into Amir's room and troll. He comes in, he's pretending to be Santa Claus. He goes, oh, Merry Christmas, and all that. But then all of a sudden, in the middle of his ho, you could hear him, fart. He just rips one. And the room just goes silent. He's thinking he's doing a good job. Then Amir's like, respectfully, if you need to fart next time, please mute your microphone. And the guy was like, you heard this? You heard that? And the guy left. He came in the troll and he just got.
Oh, fuck.
I have a story worse than that. There's actually a Persian guy. I know you've probably met him on here. I'll tell you who he is later, but it's a true story. Matter of fact, Rooster can verify this, okay? So, you remember back in the day, we were having those rooms?
The master room.
Hold on, I think it's still that way. Or like, okay, remember we were doing the messages thing? Like you leave a voice message and then somebody comes and adds on to it.
I remember that.
Oh my god, that was so annoying.
I don't know what the hell this guy did, okay? Like, I think that he
just like took his phone out of his pants and it just swiped, it turned on or something, like it turned on. He's in the bathroom and you can hear him struggling. You can hear the discomfort, everything. And it was for a really long time. And this guy never knew that maybe he found out later, like somebody told him. But it was like almost like 2-minute recording of him like in the bathroom struggling for his life.
Just forcing it out. Yeah.
That's disgusting. He must have felt so embarrassed.
Hilarious.
I don't know why farts are so funny, but they are.
Honestly, because that's worth reporting. I might have reported it, but ask Rooster about it. He'll verify. So then it records it. Yeah, so it records it. So people are like, like, what the hell is it?
Especially with a probably rotten crowd.
With the people on Clubhouse, that must have went on for months, that recording, that chain.
I don't know how long it took for him to realize it. And it might have been a replay of a room, but I don't think so. I think it was those voice messages.
That's hilarious.
I guess you can't delete those chains either.
Yeah.
We couldn't delete those, right?
No, you can't. No, because they're public.
Oh my God, the tragedy. And I think it was that. And I do think it was that. We'll ask Rooster when we get a chance.
They're public and, they're so annoying. They're always before the rooms, too. Before you get to the rooms.
But whoever came up with that was a special person.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't, until you just mentioned it, I actually didn't even think about the fact that they took it away. It's funny.
Maybe I think like your juke is how it's coming across. Like maybe you can just like stress on like I have issues with some ideological principles of shit.
That's what I think.
Then why just
honestly, Nagus, you know how like when people are talking Muslims and they like pull out stuff that
Hadith.
Not Hadith, but like they'll say, how old was Aisha? Yeah, and there's really no wiggle room out of trade. It is what it is, right? There's stuff like that within Judaism too. And so like when you try to start pulling it,
You can't justify it any other way.
I was in Amos's room earlier, and I got Daniel and Sergio so mad. Daniel was making
What the fuck is going on with Daniel, man? He's really some beautiful shit around me in the chat. I'm usually getting like that more.
that's how he is. I mean, that's how he is. Earlier today in Buttercup's room, he was in this room. Earlier, he was. Who said it? Jindip was talking about. Jindip said, "How do we? The only thing we know about Israelis or Jews. I don't know if we use Jews or Israelis. Is the barrel their guns. That's all we really know about them. Their demolition of homes. And he writes in the chat, and his articles debunk his argument. I'm like, the article debunks your argument here. See, and he did it twice, and then Sergio did it once. So 3 times, and
Who's Sergio?
I don't know, some guy that he used to follow me around, wanting to debate me over the UN reports that came out in 2024 or early 2025 or something.
Did he get cut off?
I think so.
How do you think Zeleny and Ambrose are gonna be BFFs one day? Zeleny
Zeleny and who?
Ambrose.
Probably.
I got kicked off.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't like that kid.
No, I got my app crashed. Yeah, why people think Benny is anti-Semitic? Because Benny says I'm anti-Semitic.
Benny, you are free.
I'll do that. I'm gonna make anti-Semitism great again.
You're a savage or selfish. Why would you do that?
It's a little uncomfortable.
No, listen, man, if you're gonna have a special designation for hating an ideology,
A little bit of sun. I have no problem with that.
if you're gonna make it wrong to hate an ideology, then I'm gonna be proudly a Nazi. Even though I'm not a Nazi, but I'm gonna make it.
See, again, the correlation is just so bizarre. The way you're correlating things. I'd rather be a Nazi than be someone who does not hate a false ideology. That's what you're saying. Like, it's so idiotic, the connection.
No, what I'm saying is, religion is an ideology. I mean, it's an right? So, if you're gonna say it's wrong to hate an ideology, then you're gonna have to say, if you're gonna say it's wrong to hate a religion, then you're gonna say it's wrong to hate Nazism. But the only difference between any religion and Nazism is that religions often, but not necessarily, include a God concept.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And
So why do you want to hate Nazis? What they do? Probably the hippo.
You think the hippo could, in the river, yeah.
I think the hippo would kill a buffalo. Like that.
It's big. There's no way to beat that thing.
Well, if you catch the hippo in its environment and you catch a polar bear in its Goodbye. Something out. Life isn't coming out. Not once.
It's not ready. It's not ready. It doesn't want to come out yet.
It's ready.
It doesn't want to come out.
It's fucking ready.
It doesn't.
We have to walk that out. We need to go out.
I don't even remember the type of dog I had. It's that given you have a very energetic cavities, I can also tailor to a high energy small dog. It's kind of scary.
I need to get this fucking thing in the oven.
Cheese in the oven?
Yeah, I can put the cheese.
Here we are, stuck by this river, you and I, underneath the sky that's ever falling down, down, down.
My AI is about to get fucking supercharged like crazy. I'm working on it now. Yeah, they came out with this thing now that you could have be proactive. It's really cool.
Oh, Alexa.
No, not like Alexa is nothing. No. Salam alaikum. You're using Alexa. Yeah, Alexa. No, I was. I can see why you said that. No, but the open call.
What is that?
It's a wrapper that you use on your, that you use with your AI, whatever AI you have.
Any AI?
Yeah. As long as I have any AI, and it's able to get. It's an agent, so it can get things done online. It could order things. It could have different agents with different personalities. If you're building a company, for example, it could have a CEO, chief of marketing. And the marketing agent will do all the marketing online for you, writing the blogs. It can do anything. Like the possibilities are endless. It's hundreds of thousands of people have been using it. Some have been out for a month now, not even.
I've heard of it, but the one things I read about it were there were a lot of vulnerabilities.
Yeah, there are. You have to make sure. Because you set it up on a virtual server for like $5 a month, you have to make sure that you have your firewall set up, anti-phishing set up, your IPs protected. But it's not hard. You can actually get it to do it for you too once you install it. So,
What do you guys think of my new profile picture?
Oh my gosh.
Jesus fucking Christ. Sergio, and I think it was Grace that said that you weren't a journalist.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, because I brought up the IDF. The IDF said confirmed that they're agreeing with the Hamas numbers, and
How would Grace know that? I mean, I am a journalist, so.
And then Daniel was like, "No, they did." And here's I'll give you something proving that they did not. They took it back. And he sends me an ex Twitter post. Can you send me an article?
Oh my God, we've been fighting about this back their own statement with another unnamed statement, and they'll accept the second one, but not the first one. It's so annoying. They're like, you can't accept a statement from an agency if they don't put the spokesperson's name on it. Then the IDF puts out a second statement that slightly softens the first statement, and they're like, oh yeah, it's definitely real.
So guys, yesterday, Buttercup, General was there, right? General, you were there. When God's lawyer came on.
Oh, I can't stand him. Whenever he talks, always tell him, what is your argument first? Always ask him that first. He was in Amir's room.
We were talking about apples, and he kept bringing up pears.
Right. Did he just he kept asking questions?
No, because our conversation was administrative detention. Specifically, kids that have been taken into custody by the regime and have not been charged. And he kept reading a list where he's like, oh, look at this 14-year-old. He's been charged with throwing a stone or stabbing someone. But we're like, we're not talking about that. We're talking about people that have no charges against them.
Yeah.
But he kept, there was no movement.
When Rebecca Sampson was there, right? So Sampson brought it up first, I think. That was the whole thing.
That was with Ambrose, wasn't it?
With Ambrose. Oh my God, she lost her on him. But
there was a lot of pressure on her.
It was a lot of pressure.
Actually, on them all the time.
Samson's so annoying. I was in a room where I was undercover with Samson, was in there telling them what a sociopath me and Emrose are, and telling them how to treat sociopaths and how you can manipulate them back. He was sociopathically laying out how he can outsmart the sociopaths.
So he was doing like a freaking medical examination and dissecting like personality disorder in Ambrose, calling in the diagnosed people. He's not a doctor, by the way.
He's not.
Yeah, we know.
No, he's a liar. He said he does this every day with people.
He spends most of his time on fucking Clubhouse. What kind of doctor?
Yeah, Clubhouse, and he probably goes to therapy himself.
Probably Clubhouse doctor.
He came in 2 weeks ago at Amir's room. He kept running in and out screaming. I'm like, Amir, what the hell is going on here?
What is this?
What is this? He goes, I don't know what the hell he's doing. I was like, he did it 4 or 5 times. Just came in screaming something and then would leave the stage and get out of the room. Come back 5 minutes later. Like
so this is his diagnosis. She interrupts. It's her way on the highway. Doesn't allow for others to speak. I mean, these are his freaking diagnoses.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Caleb. Hey, shalom. And this is how he's freaking diagnosing a person behind the screen. Whatever.
He's not very good about bringing up evidence, and like he was bringing up evidence about Palestinians and what makes a refugee. But the evidence, he doesn't read it. He expects other people not to read it either.
Yeah, that's true. But then he does indulge, to be fair to him. Like, he will indulge in a conversation, at least 3/4 of it, before he either forfeits or just directs it elsewhere. He does a lot of,
I haven't heard him in like 2 months, except for that, what I just told you, he hasn't come up.
Yeah, I haven't either. Yesterday I heard him after a long time. So God's lawyer asked a question, and I want Buttercup to answer this, and I think it was a valid question. She kept silent throughout the question, which I thought was, and eventually she did speak because he kept pushing it. He said from both sides, okay, or not even both sides, he said, has the region experienced terrorist attacks? This is just like a very common statement that he's making, right? She didn't answer.
Who's she, Emrose?
Yeah. Which I was like, it's okay to just say. And then after asking her like 10 times, he asked me once, and I said yes, because that's the honest answer. And then perhaps it was, I don't know, maybe it was dramatic or something. So
she kind of shuts down a little bit. I think.
Down on those things, yeah.
But she's coming from Twitter, where she has a pretty large following. And
I follow her on Twitter. She annoys the people there too. I'll be honest. Like, she does. It is her way or the highway. She likes to lecture people a lot. She likes to tell people the correct words. They're only allowed to use specific words that no one's ever heard of, that aren't commonly used, right? Like, I understand the point of not erasing Palestinian identity, but you don't have to say, use this really obscure academic term that nobody is familiar with to describe people who are 40. You know what I mean? And not erase the Palestinian identity. You shouldn't have to say, use this very academic term that no one ever uses or knows what it means. 48 Palestinian doesn't mean anything to most people, so it doesn't make sense to use it. So exactly. Nobody knows. So you use, it's one thing to say don't erase people's Palestinian identity. But it's one thing to say don't erase people's Palestinian identity, but like to say, you must call me they. It's like, it's the same fucking shit, you know what I mean? Like, it's like to nitpick people's terminology. It just kind of makes it hard to have a conversation, you know what I mean? She gets stung over and over again over the terminology.
Yeah, all semantics, yeah. But she did eventually, I think, open up and say that, well, I was in one of those buses and I got attacked, and I thought perhaps she thought people were ganging up on me and she thought I enabled it. She kind of pulled me aside. She was like, how could you make me, you're the punching guy. She was like really hurt, and she was like, it's really like a tough
and it's right there, that's the thing, it's right next to her.
It's sitting it, right? So, yeah.
And she, the 12-day war, her building was hit, but it was damaged.
And like, these are people she knows who are getting, like,
yeah,
who are dying, you know what I mean?
So
but
those are our dynamics on Clubhouse, and I think. How did you manage that? That's why I tried to press her today in a gentler way, so she could understand that we just kind of have a different vibe. But it's not that we're not serious, and it's not like we're enabling Hosberus. Like we can smell one, just like she can. I think she's maybe like hearing things because she is stuck in this, echo chamber of people who are Palestinians and Israelis, and this is just like a much more diverse. Crowd of people are coming from many different perspectives.
Twitter is more divisive though too. So I think she has knee-jerk reactions because that's how it is on Twitter. Any little thing, somebody will get you on.
Over the conversation, like this, I want to control it. So she's mad at me because I'm not controlling the conversation enough because I'm letting people like be casual and mess around. And she's like, you can't let them mess around. People are dying. It's urgent. And I'm like, it's just a different vibe. It's just a different setup.
And Twitter is more public than Clubhouse, right. So it's a different mindset.
It's like a family setup of like mentally retarded people. Clubhouse.
Yeah. Twitter. I mean, Twitter is worse. It's just everybody's on Twitter.
Yeah, but it's hard to find people. Like here, you can like you end up running into there's something magical about Clubhouse. On Twitter, and it just seems like a bunch of lefty Israelis just talking about the echo chamber a little bit. I think Emma was really upset, so she went to Amir to sort of blow off steam afterwards.
Oh shoot.
I don't think Amir knows, like, they don't know each other. I don't think Amir knows.
Amir doesn't know her.
It's like you bring all your smart people into this room and they just don't know, like, they're not part of all this Arabic, like,
And then of all the people, Michaela comes up, that sexy guy, and she says, I think I heard your names being mentioned in the other room.
Who's Michaela? I don't think I know Michaela.
Michaela, the older lady who is.
Oh yeah.
She's my sexy. She's so cute. And then she's like, hold on, guys, let me go back and check and get more messages. And I go, what are you doing?
It's.
Zipping up my boots.
I feel it's cool. I'm looking at her though. She's really smart. It's compelling coming from her, an Israeli. It's nice to have someone in my corner who offers full like really, really like egocentric boys who just like love to like.
What? Does she know physics?
to another exciting episode of the Fake British Accent Society. Hello, Steppy. Jeremy Hale is a monkey. Hello, John. So you got the plus there on your profile. That's excellent. Oh, you're a comedian. Hello? Who the alpha is here? Alpha. Serendipity. Alpha. The key of the mysteries, according to Enoch, Abraham, Hermes Trismegistus, and Solomon by Eliphas Levi. Translated with an introduction by Crowley from the Major Keys of Solomon, a manuscript of magic by Eliphas Levi. The key of the mysteries, Le Clef des Grands Mystères by Eliphas Levi. Contents, translator's note, introduction, preface. Part 1, religious mysteries, preliminary considerations. Part 3, mysteries of nature. First book, chapter 1, 2, 3, 4. Chapter 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Chapter 4, practical secrets, introduction. Chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4. Epilogue. Printed for the Hellfire Club. Limited to 50 copies in cloth slip cases, hand-bound in purple goatskin. Purple linen. The key of the mysteries, according to Enoch, Abraham, Hermes, Trismegistus, and Solomon by Eliphas Levi, translated with an introduction by Crow. Religion says believe, and you will understand. Science comes to say to you, understand, and you will believe. At that moment, the whole of science will change front. The spirit, so long dethroned and forgotten, will take its ancient place. It will be demonstrated that the old traditions are all true, that the whole of paganism is only a system of corrupted and missing with all the rays. In a word, all ideas will change. And since on all sides a multitude of the elect cry in concert, "Come, Lord, come," why should you blame the men who throw themselves forward into that majestic future and pride themselves on having foreseen it? Je de mastre saurait, they say Petersburg. Deus homo Torah. Translator's note. In the biographical and critical essay which Mr. Waite prefixes to his more laborious, I believe it to be in all respects faithful, and where it has been necessary or possible for it to be literal, there also it is invariably literal. this room. We agree that it is either more or less than translation. And the following example selected at hazard in the course of half an hour will enable the reader to judge whether Mr. Wade is acquainted with either French or English. Gentlemen, the nameless vice, which was reproached against the Templars. Certaines circonstances ridicules et un procès en escroquerie. Certain ridiculous processes and a swindling lawsuit. Semele de dogmatiseur, meddles with dogmatism. La vie pour le suffisate à l'expiation des plus grands crimes, puis qu'elle est état la conséquence d'un arrêt de mort. According to him, life was sufficient for those meilleurs amis ont dû concevoir des inquietudes. Your best friends have been reasonably anxious. The mistranslation here turns the speech into an insult. The equinox sacrosanct, sacred and saintly. Auriculaire index. N'avez-vous pas obtenu tout ce que vous demandiez, et plus que vous ne demandiez, car vous ne m'aviez pas parlé d'argent? Have you not had all and more than you wanted, and there has been no question of remuneration? This mistranslation makes nonsense of the whole passage. Eliphas n'était pas à la question. Eliphas was not under cross-examination. Mouvant, plaisant, vicious jester. Si vous n'avez pas, vous deviendrez. If you have not, you may become. This mistranslation turns a compliment into an insult. An awful and ineffaceable tableau. Péripéties, circumstances. Il va fait partie du clergé de Saint-Germain de Auxerrois. Stormy sound. We are obliged to mention this matter as Mr. Waite, by persistent self-assertion, has attained the reputation of being trustworthy as an editor. On the contrary, he not only mutilates and distorts his authors, but, as demonstrated above, is totally incapable of understanding the simplest phrases and even the commonest words. Introduction. This volume represents the high-water mark of the thought of Eliphas Levi. It may be regarded as written by him as his thesis for the grade of exempt adept, just as his ritual and dogma was his thesis for the grade of major adept. He is, in fact, no longer talking of things as if their sense was fixed and universal. He is beginning to see something of the contradiction inherent in the nature of things, or at any rate, he constantly illustrates the fact that the planes are to be kept separate for practical purposes, although in the final analysis they turn out to be one. This and the extraordinarily subtle and delicate irony of which Eliphas Levi is one of the greatest masters that has ever lived have baffled the pedantry and stupidity of such commentators as Waite. Strongest German sense is about the nearest thing to it. It is as if a geographer should criticize Gulliver's Travels from his own particular standpoint. When Levi says that all that he asserts as in initiate is subordinate to his humble and submissiveness as a Christian, then not only remarks that the Bible and the Quran are different translations of the same book, but treats the incarnation as an allegory. It is evident that a good deal of submission will be required. when he agrees with St. Augustine that a thing is not just because God wills it. God wills it because it is just. He sees perfectly well that he is reducing God to a poetic image reflected from his own moral ideal of justice. No amount of alleged orthodoxy can weigh against that statement. His very defense of the Catholic hierarchy is a masterpiece of that peculiar form of conscious sophistry which justifies itself by reducing its conclusion to zero. One must begin with one. That one has no particular qualities. Therefore, so long as you have an authority properly centralized, it does not really matter what that authority is. In the Pope, we have such an authority ready-made, and it is the gravest tactical blunder to endeavor to set up an authority opposed to him. Success in doing so means war, and failure, anarchy. This, however, did not prevent Levi from ceremonially casting a papal crown to the ground and crying, "Death to tyranny and superstition!" in the bosom of a certain secret, Areopagus, of which he was the most famous member. When a man becomes a magician, he looks about him for a magical weapon. Being probably endowed with a human frailty called laziness, he hopes to find a weapon ready-made. Thus we find the Christian magus who imposed his power upon the world, taking the existing warships and making a single system combining all the merits. There is no single feature in Christianity which has not been taken bodily from the worship of Isis, or of Mithras, or of Bacchus, or of Adonis, or of Osiris. In modern times again we find Frater Iehi Auer trying to handle Buddhism. Others again have attempted to use Freemasonry. There have been even exceptionally foolish magicians who have tried to use a sword long since rusted. Wagner illustrates this point very clearly in Siegfried. The great sword, no thong, has been broken, and it is the only weapon that can destroy the gods. The dwarf mime tries uselessly to mend it. When Siegfried comes, he makes no such error. He melts its fragments and forges a new sword. In spite of the intense labor which this costs, it is the best plan to adopt. Levi completely failed to capture Catholicism. In his hope of using imperialism, his endeavor to persuade the emperor that he was the chosen instrument of the Almighty, a belief which would have enabled him to play Maximus to little Napoleon's Julian, was shattered once for all at Sedan. It is necessary for the reader to gain this clear conception of Levi's inmost mind if he is to reconcile the contradiction of every question and to appreciate the fact that both are equally tenable. Such contradictions can, of course, only be reconciled on a higher plane. And this method of harmonizing contradictions is therefore the best key to the higher planes. It seems unnecessary to add anything to these few remarks. This is the only difficulty in the whole book. Though in one or two passages, Levi's extraordinarily keen sense of humor leads him to indulge in a little harmless bombast, We may instance his remarks on the grimoire of Honorius. We have said that this is the masterpiece of Levi. He reaches an exaltation of both thought and language which is equal to that of any other writer known to us. Once it is understood that it is purely a thesis for the grade of exempt edit, the reader should have no further difficulty. A.C. Alistair Crowley. Preface. At the brink of mystery, the spirit of man is seized with giddiness. Mystery is the abyss which ceaselessly attracts our unquiet curiosity by the terror of its depth. The greatest mystery of the infinite is the existence of Him for whom alone all is without mystery. Comprehending the infinite, which is essentially incomprehensible, He is Himself, that infinite and eternally unfathomable mystery, that is to say, that He is in all seeing, that supreme absurdity in which Tertullian believed. Necessarily absurd, since reason must renounce forever the project of attaining to Him, believe that He does exist, and to adore Him themselves with closed eyes. Why? Because this absurd is the infinite source of reason. The light springs eternally from the eternal shadows. It spirals, ever ascending as it will. It may make the earth tremble. It will never touch the sky. God is He whom we shall eternally learn to know better, and consequently He whom we shall never know entirely. The realm of mystery is then a field open to the conquests of the intelligence. March there as boldly as you will, never will you diminish its extent. You will only alter its horizons. To know all is an impossible dream, but woe unto him who dares not to learn all, and who does not know that. In order to know anything, one must learn. They say that in order to learn anything at all, and anything well, one must forget it several times. The world has followed this method. Everything which is today debatable had been solved by the ancients. Before our annals began, the solutions written in hieroglyphics had already no longer any meaning for us. Man has rediscovered the key. He has opened the cemeteries of ancient science. And he gives to his centuries from unity, in multiplying themselves like numbers with proportions so exact that the known demonstrates and reveals the unknown. To understand this science is to see God. The author of this book, as he finishes his work, will think that he has demonstrated it. Then, when you have seen God, the Hierophant will say to you, turn round And in the shadow which you throw in the presence of this sun of intelligences, there will appear to you the devil. That black phantom which you see when your gaze is not fixed upon God. And when you think that your shadow fills the sky, or the vapors of the earth, the higher they go, seem to magnify it more and more, to harmonize in the category of religion, science with revelation, and reason with faith, to demonstrate in philosophy the absolute principles which reconcile all the antinomies, and finally to reveal the universal equilibrium of natural forces, is the triple object of this work, which will consequently be divided into three parts. Establish in philosophy the immutable characters of that truth, which is in science reality. In judgment, reason. And in ethics, justice. Finally, we shall acquaint you with the laws of nature, whose equilibrium is stability. We shall show how vain are the fantasies of our imagination before the fertile realities of movement and of life. We shall also invite the great poets of the future to create once more the divine comedy, no longer according to the dreams of man, but according to the mathematics of God. Mysteries of other worlds, hidden forces, strange revelations, paradoxes, hermetic arcana. We shall say all, and we shall explain all. Who has given us this power? We do not fear to reveal it to our readers. There exists an occult and sacred alphabet, which the Hebrews attributed to Enoch, the Egyptians to Thoth, or to Hermes Trismegistus, the Greeks to Cadmus, and to Palamedes. This alphabet was known to the followers of Pythagoras, and is composed of absolute ideas attached to signs and numbers. By its combinations, it realizes the mathematics of thought. Solomon represented this alphabet by 72 names written upon 36 talismans. Eastern initiates still call these the little keys, the clavicles of Solomon. These keys are described and their use explained in a book, the source of whose traditional dogma is the patriarch Abraham. This book is called the Sefer Yetzirah. With the aid of the Sefer Yetzirah, one can penetrate the hidden sense of the Zohar, the great dogmatic treatise of the Kabbalah of the Hebrews, clavicles of Solomon, forgotten in the course of time and supposed lost, have been rediscovered by ourselves. Without trouble, we have opened all the doors of those old sanctuaries where absolute truth sinned, who during a century of slumber awaits the bridegroom whose mission is to awaken her. After our book, there will still be mysteries, but higher and farther in the infinite depths. This publication is a light or a folly, a mystification or a monument. Read, reflect, and judge. Key of the Mysteries, La Clef des Grands Mystères by Eliphas Levi. Part 1. Religious Mysteries. Problems for solution. 1. To demonstrate in a certain and absolute manner the existence of God, and to give an idea of him which will satisfy all minds. 2. To establish the existence of a true religion in such a way as to render it incontestable. 3. To indicate the bearing and raison d'etre of all the mysteries of the one true and universal religion. 4. To turn the objections of philosophy into arguments favorable to true religion. 5. To draw the boundary between religion and superstition, and to give the reason of miracles and prodigies. Preliminary considerations. When Count Joseph de Maistre, the grand and passionate lover of logic, said despairingly, "The world is without religion," he resembled those people who say rashly, "There is no God." The world, in truth, is without the religion of Count Joseph de Maistre, as it is probable that such a God as the majority of atheists conceive does not exist. Religion is an idea based upon one constant and universal fact. Man is a religious animal. The word religion has then a necessary and absolute sense. Nature herself sanctifies the idea which this word represents and exalts it to the height of a principle. The need of believing is closely linked with the need of loving. For that reason, our souls need communion in the same hopes and in the same love. Isolated beliefs are only doubts. It is the bond of mutual confidence which, by creating faith, composes religion. Faith does not invent itself, does not impose itself, does not establish itself by any political agreement. Like life, it manifests itself with a sort of fatality. In vain does the spirit protest against the obscurities of dogma. It is subjugated by the attraction of these very obscurities, and often the least docile of reasoners would blush to accept the title of irreligious man. Religion holds a greater place among the realities of life than those who do without a religion, or pretend to do without it, affect to believe. All ideas that raise man above the animal, moral love, devotion, honor, are sentiments essentially religious. The cult of the fatherland and of the family, fidelity to an oath and to memories, without the belief in something greater than mortal life, with all its vicissitudes, its ignorance, and its misery. If annihilation were the result of all our aspirations to those sublime things which we feel to be eternal, our only duties would be the enjoyment of the present, forgetfulness of the past, and carelessness about the future. And it would be rigorously true to say, as a celebrated sophist once said, that the man who thinks is a degraded animal. Moreover, of all human passions, religious passion is the most powerful and the most lively. It generates itself, whether by affirmation or negation, with an equal fanaticism. Some obstinately affirming the God that they have made in their own image, and others denying God with rashness, as if they had been able to understand until they waste by a single thought all that world of infinity which pertains to his great name. Philosophers have not sufficiently considered the physiological fact of a religion in humanity. For in truth, religion exists apart from all dogmatic discussion. It is a faculty of the human soul just as much as intelligence and love. While man exists, so will religion. Considered in this light, it is nothing but the seed of an infinite idealism, a need which justifies every aspiration for progress, which inspires every devotion, which alone prevents virtue and honor from being mere words serving to exploit the vanity of the weak and the foolish to the profit of the strong and the clever. It is to this innate need of belief that one religious plane in opposition to nature. The essence of the object of religion is mystery, since faith begins with the unknown, abandoning the rest to the investigations of science. Doubt is, moreover, of its heart, with all the docility of its intelligence. If separated from this act of faith, the need of religion finds no satisfaction and turns to skepticism and to despair. But in order that the act of faith should not be an act of folly, reason wishes it to be directed and ruled. By what? By science. We have seen that science can do nothing here. By the civil authority, it is absurd. Are our prayers to be superintended by policemen? There remains then moral authority, which alone is able to constitute dogma and establish the discipline of worship, in concert this time with the civil authority, but not in obedience to its orders. It is necessary, in a word, that faith should give to the religious need a real satisfaction, a satisfaction entire, permanent, and indubitable. To obtain that, it is necessary to have the absolute and invariable affirmation of a dogma preserved by an authorized hierarchy. It is necessary to have an efficacious cult giving with an absolute faith a substantial realization of the symbols of belief. Religion, thus understood, being the only one which can satisfy the natural need of religion, it must be the only really natural religion. We arrive without help from others at this double definition. The true natural religion is revealed religion. The true revealed religion is the hierarchical and traditional religion, which affirms itself absolutely above human discussion by communion in faith, hope, and charity, representing the moral authority and realizing it by the efficacy of its ministry. The priesthood is as holy and infallible as humanity is subject to vice and to error. The priest, qua priest, is always the representative of God. Of little account are the faults or even the crimes of man. When Alexander VI consecrated his bishops, it was not the poisoner who laid his hands upon them, it was the Pope. Pope Alexander VI never corrupted falsified the dogmas which condemned him, or the sacraments which in his hands saved others and did not justify him. At all times and in all places there have been liars, criminals. But in the hierarchical and divinely authorized church there have never been, and there will never be, either bad popes or bad priests. Bad and priest form an oxymoron. We have mentioned Alexander VI, and we think that this name will be sufficient without other memories as justly execrated as his being brought up against us. Great criminals have been able to dishonor themselves doubly because of the sacred character with which they were invested. But they have not the power to dishonor that character which remains always radiant and splendid above fallen humanity. We have said that there is no religion without mysteries. Let us add, or the expression of mystery only expresses its unknown depth by paradoxical images borrowed from the known. The symbolic form, having for its object to characterize what is above scientific reason, should necessarily find itself without that reason. Hence the celebrated and perfectly just remark of a father of the church: I believe because it is absurd. Credo quia absurdum. If science were to affirm what it did not know, it would destroy itself. Science will then never be able to perform the work of faith, any more than faith can decide in the manner of science. An affirmation of faith with which science is rash enough to meddle can then be nothing but an absurdity for it, just as a scientific statement, if given us as an article of faith, would be an absurdity on the religious plane. To know and to believe are two terms which can never be confounded.
Anyway.
So yeah, Wednesday, did you know my
I don't care.
Just like you. Wow. Wow. Yo, you hear this guy?
Not Peter. I don't do the talking thing over Brian Pete.
My mother, I'll be honest, my mother actually makes I'm a beater. You're not a beater, you're a chickpea. Chickpea.
Honk, honk. Welcome to the circus, everybody. I'm so happy to be here with all the clowns. Rabbana Shalom, good Shabbos. I'm glad to see such an auspicious group of clowns that have gathered together. Hello? 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 I'm in a tent. It's a circus. Hello? Hello? People have spent the whole day here talking to Ambrose endlessly. Endlessly. Ambrose. Oh, everything's going okay there. Everything's going great in Ambrose's brain. Hello? Hello? Yeah, same with Buttercup. Things are going great. Endlessly dooming on live stream Clown House. Repeating the same little factoids of the keyword of the day. Genocide! Occupation! Free Palestine! Ooh, somebody's a little triggered! Hello? 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 Hello?
Sure noticed it.
Hello? Hello?
Deliver me.
I'm human flesh and they drink human blood.
Hello? Hello?
I get the other side, but there's so much more I could ask. I could ask all kinds of stuff, but
Hey, Stanley, how you doing, you old Jewish son of a bitch? Good Shabbos! What are you doing on the internet now? It's Shabbos over there. This is your Goy detection system warning you that I'm going to send a shower into your house if you don't get off your phone, Ramona Shalom. Go read a book!
Right, I mean, you're advocating for Monica sooner than you, but
Come to Skokie, we'll get a kichel and have a coffee.
People that don't know Benjamin, which I think a lot of people here do.
Not many people know what a kichel is these days. It's a cookie. A delicious sugar cookie. Kichel. Then we'll have some matzo ball soup and some crepe and a corned beef sandwich, maybe pastrami.
That's his binky. And I'm reading like some of the comments in here with people like, oh my God, who is this guy? What's he about? Blah blah blah. And it's tough to get a read. But some people, I think they have you pegged. I would love to have
Hello?
but I do want to say for those people that don't know Benjamin relishes the onslaught. So he has this weird like masochist kind of like likes the pain. So it's just gonna bounce. So hopefully you're getting it out. If you feel like you have to get it out, you're getting out of Benjamin. Just know it's gonna bounce back.
You're going to go to the Pro Lyrical House and ask Benjamin a question?
So I think I respect that more than your weird ideas. So leave it there. All right. Some hands I saw earlier. I don't know if anybody wants to put it back up. Oh yeah, this is gonna be right out the gate. We have time for you. Banging on that buzzer. So here you go, Benjamin. Get ready. Dr. Priya, good to see you. Come on up.
Hello?
Hey, so I haven't been in your spaces in a little while, so I don't know if I'm going to sort of follow the format here. I actually don't have a question for Benjamin. I have nothing to say to... Anyway, that's a whole other story. I really just came up to correct some misinformation that there was a shit ton of misinformation, right? But one of the things specifically that I wanted to correct was...
And by the way, this is not unique to Benjamin. A lot of people promote this conspiracy theory, which is not true. And that is that for decades, the medical and scientific community hid how bad cigarettes were. And that's not what happened. Here's what actually happened. The tobacco companies hid how addictive their cigarettes were. And it's not nicotine. Actually, that's the most addictive part of cigarettes. It's all the other chemicals that are in there. They knew for ages, and they buried those documents, right? So anybody who has sort of any modicum of clear trains of thought understands that tobacco companies aren't built and created by doctors and scientists. Do they have doctors and scientists there? Sure. They do, right? Developing products, things. Well, they don't have doctors, but they have scientists, right? I mean, they don't have physicians there. So again, this myth about how academic institutions and physicians and the medical community hid all this information about how dangerous cigarettes were is false. Another common thing, because usually when I say that, then they'll come up with the second myth, which is, but so many doctors were advertising that you should smoke, right? So here's where that actually comes from. Believe it or not, smoking cigarettes, the initial reaction that you get with smoking tends to be coughing, but one of the second things that happens when you take a puff off a cigarette is you actually you bronchodilate your vessels. So essentially what that means is the airway, the airways in your lungs, they actually open up a little bit. So back in the days before we had albuterol and sort of bronchodilators that truly work, when someone had asthma and they were having an attack, people actually recommend, as long as it wasn't a severe attack, right? Because they make you steroids. But for minor flares, yes, there was a time when in medicine, this was recommended as a treatment to kind of open up the airways. Obviously, we don't do that anymore, but that never had anything to do with hiding information about knowledge of it being carcinogenic or it being dangerous or it being addictive. So that's really why I came up here. I mean, obviously, Pro, you know that I'm a pulmonologist, so it drives me. I mean, he sent out so much misinformation that it'd be exhausting to try to fix all of it. But the thing that drives me absolutely bonkers is when people say things about my field of study that are wrong. So that's really why I came up here, was just to correct that misinformation. Thanks. I'll drop back down.
Much appreciated. Thank you, Doctor. You reminded me of some of that too. There was a lot flying on. It was a lot. I talk about the cigarette industry and tobacco industry so often too, but that was a good overview. Appreciate it.
If you ever want to put space on it, let me know.
I just pointed out that Dr. Priya actually didn't correct any misinformation. She concluded that there was misinformation, and she said there was, but there's no evidence of what she said. She said something that's probably not what she can't prove, which is that their doctors did not support the smoking companies. I think I can easily prove that they did. And then we're I don't know. I still think she's got the receipts, you know?
She said cranks are gonna crank, Benjamin. Michael, did you want to come back up or no?
Well, the problem is she asserted a negative, and it's impossible to prove a negative. So that's going to be just hard on her.
Here's Michael. What's up, Michael?
Hey, I just had a question for Benjamin. So, I don't know you as well as many of the people on this app, but one of the things that I've seen is a leitmotif for discussing, as Pro calls it, the Q word, but quantum mechanics. I'm just curious as to the origin story there, Benjamin. What led to your fascination with it, and
just for
maybe more specific.
So I didn't bring it up, but I can barely wait to get off mic and talk about this topic. I'm so excited I get to talk about this finally. Just kidding, Michael. Go ahead.
You have my permission. Michael is on quarantine with the Q words in my room, so I will say he's done very well with it, by the way.
Fantastic. And by the way, just to make it a very focused question, Benjamin, I think what I'm actually asking is a bit of a a bit of meta here for your own narrative. What was it about quantum mechanics that drew you to it as a focus of your own internal study? And then secondly, how do you educate yourself on it and probe it at a level where you feel you have the ability to effectively interrogate the topic? And that's contextualized with the fact that people spend many years.
So that's two questions. There's two questions. I'm a bit of a goldfish, so let's keep it to two.
Oh, no, that's it. The context, though, that I was giving for that last question.
Promise you to just remind me of any question that I miss. Let's start with the first one. The meta, how did I come on it? So when I was teaching physics, so to speak, I was working with a physics professor designing a course to modernize the physics program at Sloan University. And we were carving out a program largely based on my work with people who are disabled to create a physics program that would focus on challenges that disabled people have as a way of creating a scenario-based physics education for people who were largely going to go into the medical field anyway. It was the kind of university where nursing was the single largest graduating class. They had to study physics anyway, and we wanted to create an interesting physics program for them and for others. And so that was our conceit there. Right, but at lunch we would talk about things and talk about physics, and I brought up, this quantum thing, and I mentioned that it's way back. I felt like, local realism was probably the best answer. My professor was like, well, let's talk about stuff we can do. Okay, so we didn't really get into it, but I felt like it was a kind of weird third rail because he was kind of pointed at not talking about it. And that just kind of sat with me a little bit wrong. I didn't really bring it up again. We did all kinds of cool stuff there. We did some high voltage etching. It's really cool if you put high voltages across a piece of wood and give it a little bit of a conductive solution. It will arc. And, all kinds of cool physics that we did with the students there. But fast forward about, almost 10 years. In 2022, the Nobel Prize is given for the same question that I had asked and not gotten the answer to. And I thought, this is the second time this has come up, and now it's a Nobel Prize, and I really need to just buckle down and learn this thing, because I don't understand why are they doing it? What is this about? So I read some materials on it, and all just looked like useless word salad. And I thought, well, I understand data. I can do some data science. What I need to do is get my hands on the data and run the same numbers that they're running, and then maybe I'd understand what they're talking about. And so I set out to find the data so that I could run the numbers.
Right, stars and higher than I got this land with your sunlight.
Ocean-wide, you keep on marking.
Hey, John Kitover, got your mail.
You were close, real close.
We're pepperoni for Juan Hubbard.
Listen up.
What in the world is this? It's got a dragon head. This isn't just a boat, it's a Viking ship. So hang on. And now apparently I'm going swimming. The Vikings come with these hats, or is that just me?
Who wants to vote for that guy? John Kitover? Come on.
I did. Figured you'd get us better parking down at the mall. Same here. It was fun.
John Kitover.
That's me. I'm Frank.
Right, I think your machine's in love with me.
I'm sorry, except for reality. I should put the numbers, the charts, the whole truth right here in this remote. I just nod and keep talking about game shows.
You're getting hung up on minutia again.
Minutia? This bubbles my address.
You're in the living room. There's got a coffee coming right up.
Mark, where's the pot?
Improvise, trust me.
That's a fishbowl.
Oh, wow. Sunshine, no wind, 72 degrees on the dot. Feels like the world's apologizing. This is what paradise looks like in the suburbs.
In Newsline tonight, we look at whether the mass killings in the Central Belt region meet the definition of genocide. Joining us is writer and veteran John Kitover. John, you served in that area and you studied the relevant international issue. Newsline tonight, we look at whether...
How can I help you today? I'd like to take out a wall. Certainly, how much? More collateral is glass exterior. Don't set on the walls. I hear you. Do you have any clear? How can I help you today?
Knock, knock, I brought brownies.
Hey, hi, neighbor.
Smells like
secrets in here.
Nope, just
Did your coffee table just announce its password?
it's voice activated. Hey, John, what do you got for us? They call me Godfish.
Large pepperoni for confidential informant John Kitover. Really blending in, Chance.
Hey, John, what do you got for us? They call me Godfish.
Face for the Fins in '83 is driving me nuts.
Leading university. And had people that did the house dinner. And they said much the same thing. They studied quantum mechanics, couldn't make heads or tails of it and kind of left it as soon as they could. And that just got me thinking. So look, my conclusion is if, data or it didn't happen. I think these guys are LARPing in the same way that my religious friends are LARPing. They're just doing a performance, they're making it up. And as long as people keep putting money in the hat, they're happy to dance.
Well, first of all, by the way, can you hear me? I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, I appreciate you taking me through that and sort of your journey through Bell's theorem. I'm intrigued by the fact that you extrapolate your inability to find the requisite data to your mind or the experimental design that would satisfy you, that would prove it. But I'm also, I think, more fascinated by the fact that from that you extrapolate a kind of fundamental lack of utility with quantum mechanics. So that we can talk at another time, but I really appreciate at least hearing kind of your origin story on how you got into this, and I want to give the stage back to
Thanks, Michael.
Questions.
See you.
Thanks. It helped my blood go back down from a light simmer. It was already at high boil and came down to light simmer, and now it's.
See, talking about quantum cools you down, bro.
Oh yeah, it was somebody else talking to you about quantum.
There's a lot of work that we've put into this.
Yeah. So we're not going to talk about the independent labs across the continents reproducing Bell violations, but that would be for another day.
Saying they used to be
Julian.
also publishing the data for some.
Except for Bell did, but
Remember, Laura, she's allowing us to air.
I'm not Jason earlier, maybe he just came in. Maybe I missed him.
Oh yeah, what are we doing with Benjamin here? We're interviewing him.
Yeah, I do these thing called profiles. This is the fourth one where I bring someone up for half hour to an hour or whatever and ask them some questions and then let the crowd ask questions that they may have for him too. So if you have one for him, feel free.
Benjamin, how do you square your skepticism of science with your reliance on science in so many aspects of your work and your life, right? You're into the airplanes, right? Don't they rely heavily on science and the scientific community?
They registered to vote.
Well, first of all, I'm very skeptical of the FAA, the institution that orchestrates aviation. I think they've done just a fabulous, perfect, flawless, exemplary job of keeping general aviation in this country firmly rooted in the 1940s, and for that they should be applauded. By ensuring that the airplanes are as old as humanly possible, they've ensured that general aviation is guaranteed to be the most dangerous mode of travel. And there can just be only accolades given to the institution responsible for the state of aviation in this country. Look, I am not skeptical of the scientific method if it is defined as creating a hypothesis, crafting a good experiment, conducting that experiment with integrity, and disclosing the data and letting other people figure out the conclusion. What my skepticism within science.
I'm here with my friend Scott Pressler. We've been talking tonight about how to move forward with the Save America Act. The Save America Act is going to make sure that our elections are protected.
And I just want to thank Senator Mike Lee for not only sponsoring the Save Act, which was the original of.
Sorry about that. Was it scratchy?
When you came back, but that was a good question, Jason. I had a similar question from earlier, but he's a slippery eel, so you couldn't reel him back into that one. So I'm glad you asked him. I had someone ask him too.
Citizenship.
No. Shall I go back to the audience?
Sure thing. I see Caleb down there staying pretty silent, which is might be good for you. Caleb, not sure if you want to punch at the bag, but he's
well, I will offer that the rabbi has always admiration for the rabbi's skill in philosophical and
you do say this all the time. Your praise for him is equal to his disdain of you.
Well, we play hard tennis. We play hard tennis, and we both come back.
He plays hard tennis. I think he's a pretty straight shooter. We're gonna keep Caleb up there someday. So, Monica has a question.
Monica, it's great to see you.
Hello, gentlemen. Can you hear me?
What are you doing with
loud and clear? Benjamin, you're a little scratchy though still, but
is it better now?
Sure.
Okay. So, Benjamin, I'm not sure how many questions I have, but the first one is Clubhouse tends to straw man people, flatten them out like flat Stanleys. What do you think is the thing that people get most wrong about you?
Well, that's a fair question. I think that one of the things people do in order to feel more comfortable when they find themselves in an awkward position is they try to do just that. They try to flatten you. And one of the ways that people have done this, and I think it's not helpful, is that they'll try to sort out a motivation, and then they'll attribute a motivation. They'll say, well, you don't like, you have a problem with psychologists because psychologists won't, give you a credential to let you practice psychology. And if they gave you a credential to practice psychology, then you love psychology. Some version of this, right? That you're just jealous that psychologists have something you don't have. And I just think that that's totally unfair. I think the problems in psychology are independently documented, and they're not waiting around for me to care whether psychology is a bunch of hokum or not. It's clearly documented. The studies in psychology don't reproduce. They're just making it up. It's just story time for adults. So it's not because I want to be a psychologist that I think.
Hey guys, just checking in from the chaos that is.
And that's true across the board. I'm not waiting around for somebody to give me.
Class, welcome to Quantum Mechanics and Natural.
If I'm critical of somebody's science.
Come back to John Kitover TV. Tonight we're unlocking.
That's not me being jealous. There's a problem here that needs to be addressed. But it's very convenient if people can impugn your motives, and so people do that. I think that's not a great look, in my opinion.
So just to make sure we have our first principles aligned, that we're talking about the same thing. Psychology is a scientific study of the mind and behavior. Yes?
No. Psychology is a LARP of crazy people following a crazy person named, what's his name? The good doctor.
Freud,
yeah, good Dr. Freud.
No, they're just people who dress funny and make up shit. That's all.
Okay.
There's no there. Certainly, there's nothing like science in psychology.
So that might be the inherent problem.
If psychology worked, right, then people with psychological problems could be fixed. The people who are addicted to drugs would go to a psychologist, and then they wouldn't be addicted to drugs, right? Like, there's some clear, obvious problems that psychology could solve.
It's unhealthy. You shouldn't do it. You know what else you shouldn't do? Let me tell you about it. Other web developers. Other web developers, not only do they take your money, but the product costs just us. We provide you extremely good service, no matter the cost. We come to Baltic websites today, get it like royalty.
One type, right? You just have like equal disdain, like for the, if I was Dr. James or Sharon, I'd be like, the cognitive psychology stuff and the
come to Baltic websites.ca today and get your free quote.
The clinical stuff, right? Like in neuroscience, those are different methodologies. They're not all one thing, right? I'm sure there's other kinds of psychologies I just can't think of.
It's not up to me to draw lines between groups. If they all agree that they're psychologists, then they can wear all the mistakes of psychology. Now, if a group of people come along and say, look, what we are is psychologists, we're neuroscientists. We have a discipline that involves putting probes into brains, measuring the response of the brains, maybe in conjunction with looking at pictures or other things, and we map out those responses and we use data, and we're not doing psychology, don't confuse us with psychologists, then I think it would be okay to draw that distinction. But as long as they lump themselves in all under psychology, why are you coming at me for it? They can live with that lumping. They're doing the lumping, not me.
Okay, so do you have a definition of philosophy too? Is that how come also?
Well, philosophy is a lot of things to a lot of people. Philosophy doesn't have anything to do with science. I don't know. I don't know what to make of philosophy in that sense.
So you don't know philosophy on philosophy?
Well, there's no credential to be a philosopher. Nobody pays money to go to a philosopher.
You might like it.
When they don't know, what's true.
Or to provide data for
study of what's true. I mean, I think it's up to everybody to study what's true. It's not clear to me that anybody has a monopoly. I don't know. You think there's an expert system for knowing what's true in the world? I don't think that there's a hierarchy of experts who claim to be the experts that know what's true. And if
there was, you'd rail against it because you don't like hierarchy.
Yeah. If there was, I'd rail against it. But fortunately, I don't think that we're afflicted with experts in philosophy.
Saying pineapple on a pizza is.
This is such a weird thing.
Yeah, I learned something new about it. You don't have the same lived experience.
You do. All right, I get your saying about the institutions. Then she gives you one that you're saying, well, there's no institution there. That should be the one that you like. Like your thing is that the institution claims its authority and then it fails, and then it keeps all the authority, kind of like the church, right? And so your instinct is it's performative or performance, but there's a counter pattern, because the institutions are the things that identifies the flaws. It's not like psychology didn't self-correct. It's not like they didn't know they had a replication crisis. It's not like they didn't come in and try to tighten that up, right? And I know you love all things p-hacking, and I've heard you do that for hours and hours in a room, but they understand the problem as well. The standards tighten, right, when the institutions come in, and that's an evolution. That's what science tries to do, and why it doesn't stay stagnant. Just like religion, right? It can change, it can pivot.
I'm not at all convinced by your argument that institutions improve standards. I think that institutionalization often creates
those planes aren't crashing or what?
This kind of pseudo imposition of authority. They create this argument from authority that is grounded in the institution,
And then you have something like these Monsanto scientists who can come out and say glycophosphate is safe for your children and put a billion children at risk of cancers because of their false claims based on institutional credibility. Now, that doesn't happen in philosophy. So I'm just not convinced that institutionalization always does what you think it does. I know it clearly creates opportunities for fraud, and it's not clear that we couldn't find better ways to sort of make sense of who is the better practitioner when it matters.
He sure.
So there was an aircraft accident.
He sure was
in
weird.
Washington D.C. and the NTSB.
He sure was weird.
Ago and said, well, basically the FAA fucked up. It was the FAA's fault. The FAA knew this was a problem, and they didn't do what they ought to have done about it. Right. So remind me again, what's the value of the FAA? If they're the right thing when it counts. If they're flaccid in the face of threats to life and limb.
So you're for no FAA then? Is that what you're saying? As a pilot?
Well, I think the FAA has just run its course as an effective institution. It's created a scenario where most of the planes that we train on were made in the 60s. And they push back against new airplanes. The credentials.
So what do you want to do then? Like, if there's no hierarchy ever, because you're going across all of them that are trustworthy, like what mechanism
maybe we need
scales the truth for you, like across millions of freaking people? Like, that's a pretty unavoidable problem.
But if you look at the fields where humans have advanced in ways that your children would not even recognize your childhood, right? Your children will get a little flat piece of glass that they'll call a telephone, and they'll never make a phone call on it because they'll just do every other kind of thing. But like the most retrograde thing you can do with a telephone is make a phone call. And if you think of your childhood,
Clint Eastwood, get off my lawn, kid.
If you think of your childhood, a telephone was a highly regulated monopoly by the Bell Telephone Service, where you rented a hunk of steel that you slung to the side of the kitchen wall, and if you wanted to walk around while you were on the phone, you had to get an extended cable that you could plug into your handset that would allow you to walk into other.
Hello, I'm Eric Wallace. I'm a Christian, a conservative, and a Republican, and I'm running as a write-in candidate for Cook County Board President.
We would still have
voting rights for February 12th.
If we had the regulations on telephones that we have on airplanes. We would still be dialing each other up with rotary dial telephones and talking on party lines, and you could just forget the rest of technical history if the FAA was responsible for regulating technology. But it is only those fields where we don't have an institution gatekeeping that we make progress. If we didn't have a regulatory agency holding us back, we would have all kinds of medicines today that we don't have.
Wow.
Now,
that's a wild thing.
Some risks.
Yeah, you think?
Sure it would. But it's really difficult to run the alternative universe theorem and understand where we might be with medical technology if we didn't treat it like a Bell telephone.
Only you, Benjamin. Only you. Well, I'm not sure if anyone has anything else to run by you, but that was definitely a wilder finish than our other previous finish. But a lot of strong structural claims right there, my friend. Anyways, well, Benjamin's too, I think, going to take us out.
Here's another example. Just to double down and not leave people with a weak example, a robust example. You should take a look at drones in China. The FAA was very successful. They worked overtime, they worked nights, they worked weekends, They hired extra people to ensure that China would be the place where all of the drone innovation would occur. And today, 90% of the world's drones are made in China. Now, how did the FAA pull this off? Well, they pulled this off by very carefully regulating the living shit out of flying a drone. If you wanted to fly a drone, it has to be connected to your hip. You have to see it at all times. It can't go out of sight. It can't be operated remotely. It can't deliver something. It can't land where it didn't take off. It can't be bigger than a bread box. It can't. There's a
Truth Expert 3000 never make.
And
Finally, a quiet night, just me and the classifieds.
To simply say, look, we're going to be the leader in drones because being a leader in drones is important to us. So you all go out and you figure out the drones, and if we get into trouble, we'll regulate it after the fact. Now we're having a war, and China is holding all of the cards. China makes the motors. China makes the controllers. China makes the frames. China makes the propellers. China makes the radios. China makes the antennas. China makes every single part of a drone that is flying for Russia and for Ukraine. If China wanted that war to change tomorrow, they just stop selling drones to it. Is America selling drones, making drones? They tried to make drones in the United States. They took them over to Ukraine, and they all failed on day one. America could not make a drone that would compete in this war. Why did that happen? Because the FAA knows what's better for you and me.
Well, they have a mandate for safety, so they kind of have to, kind of do that, right? The FAA evolved too. It's not like, it's not like it stayed the same, right? But the U.S. didn't ban drones and just regulated them in the airspace.
Having a fleet of
we have it here, of course.
Aircraft that were built in the 1950s and 60s. You think that's the best look? What if this is like Cuba?
How is the FAA responsible for
essentially the same?
I want to get to these guys though. I just don't get how the FAA is responsible for China's manufacturing, world supremacy or whatever. Like, there's other factors, bro. Like, it's way too simple. I know it's a nice narrative, but
that is fair. But well, there are lots of other regulatory questions as well. Making printed circuit boards has chemicals involved in making printed circuit boards that have to be dealt with. And no doubt the United States has made it impossible, practically speaking, to make printed circuit boards in the United States. Well, that makes a lot of sense. Because, when there's a war, the last thing you're going to need is printed circuit boards, right, guys?
I'm pretty much eligible to give us a gift, and I need you to tell me if I did the right thing. This pal pulled up and gave me a gift and said it was worth $1,000. It's about $1,000.
Well, it's going to be hard for me to accept a gift of $1,000. What would you like me to do in return?
just
Continue being good. God is good, man. God bless me. It's blessing me every day. These are the little blessings like this that I can get back in life.
Those words touched me, and I kind of couldn't let him leave empty-handed, so I broke him open a bar and gave him two for him,
two for Nikki, two for Mom, and two for the baby Jazz. For the Cosmic Prism.
Very, I think affected by that the whole time. I'm just looking for information. I'll tell you anything. You mentioned bits and pieces. Say you might have a date. How did I hear that? Who cares? What did you say the name of your eldest heroes was? I didn't say. That was Victor Tommy. Now, according to this, Rufus sent Tommy a stash of cash to a courier for the safe transport of an unsafe effector. By the time I got this letter off your brother, it was a little bit on the lead. Now you give me that location, and I'll be on my way. Just tell me. Or as he said, she's in the observatory. Please, leave us. What you think, Tommy? Am I really walking out here today?
what I did to his brother. Maybe not today, but maybe someday. I think I've got to say I was trying to make just do push-ups. I've asked this question before, and you have always, I should say, you have never answered this question. You have always differed in your Benjaminisms. You seem to have retained a kind of fundamentalist mindset on, kind of this binary worldview, sort of a in-group, out-group, one
If annihilation was the result of all our aspirations, those dying hearts which refuse to be eternal. Science is protection enough to metal can then be nothing
to the worst part
but an absurdity for it. Just as the scientific statement, if given us as an article of faith,
have you considered this? Yeah, well, I think this kind of calls back to Pro's question earlier, which is why am I unwilling to see hip hop as merely an artistic expression, and why am I unwilling to see video game violence as merely a legitimate form of entertainment, and why am I willing to not see religious stories as like allegories and metaphors? I think that when children grow up, they come
Now, a local tax expert will do your taxes for $150 all in.
Calculate how that culture understands There you go. It's just that it's very special person. Say anything about it.
Welcome to the side feels really, really nice. That creature that's probably he did not treat me very courteously. When I pointed out that he wasn't following the golden rule, he put a leash around my neck and he made me drink some puddle water that I'm pretty sure was just some kind of animal. Well, that is interesting. I thought I was here.
The real kids, the real body stuff, and that's why you resist in calling things just metaphor.
Right.
But do you think the only way to prevent the harm thing said from metaphors to treat them all as if they actually are literal?
I think that you should appreciate that at least to somebody somewhere they are literal. Now, Frederick Douglass does this work for us, and he writes about his lived experience coming of age in the slave era of United States history, and that this verse in the Bible that Jesus says in Luke, I think chapter 16, a slave that does not listen and obey his master's voice shall be beaten with many stripes. Now, Frederick Douglass writes about his experience watching slaves watching slave owners not only beat their slaves with many stripes, but beat their slaves with many stripes while quoting that verse out loud to the slaves and everybody around them, right? In other words, to that slave that's getting beaten by that verse is goddamn literal. And how dare you discount all the people for whom this language is literal? How dare you?
Of course, I didn't do that. But I'm asking you if you have carried over your fundamentalist, like binary thinking a little too much, and maybe that is part of your enculturation to rid yourself of. So I think you didn't address that part, which was the actual question.
Jason's back too.
I understand, Andy. I don't think that these words are without consequence, just because they're metaphors and allegories, if you say so or whatever.
Not the question.
History is too long.
Not the question. Not the question. Your inability to see nuance, to understand other people's perspectives, is one topic. That's what I'm asking about. The chip on your shoulder, your trauma, is something I didn't ask about. It's interesting, but it's not really what I was asking about.
But you're asking me to be nuanced about genocide. I feel like you're asking me to be nuanced about
I am not.
I feel like you're asking me to be nuanced about the German Lutherans pulling together a team of people.
All right, that's fine.
Not really a practical word.
It's a hard question. It's a very hard question. And I do appreciate you answering it, and I do see how that became difficult. Benjamin, how did you receive a fundamentalist upbringing?
Smoking hippies eventually bought into the Jesus movement, and they kind of just moved themselves across the chessboard to the other side.
I see.
And through the Jesus movement, they became Christians, they became conservatives, just as Andy said.
So there may be hope for you yet. That's really good for me to hear.
There is hope for him. Yeah, that's exactly how. I mean, I've heard some stuff that you're a universal, indictment, right? I'm not saying it to be like accusatory, but that's what it feels like. And I like part of it if that's the answer, because even though it doesn't feel like something you should like, but I feel like you're clearly protecting the kid you once were, which is the part that I relate to, right? And I respect that. But the question is whether protecting that kid requires dismantling every shared story, because I feel like that's what you do. You go on the offensive, or do we just need to tell better ones, right?
Well, clearly we need to tell better ones. But I
I would argue that we have dismantled many stories and we have preserved many stories. And to some extent, I think we've dismantled the wrong stories. This is why I harp on Zoroastrianism all the time. Here's a story. You should read it. It's actually strangely missing a verse that says that you should go to the nations around you and take your male slaves and your female slaves from the other. Now, does anybody know what female slaves are used for? Does anybody need a little history?
No, Benjamin, were
from
used in
the nations around you.
They work in the kitchen. They didn't even.
Zoroastrianism strangely is missing that verse. Nowhere in Zoroastrianism do I find that Ahura Mazda goes to some place and commits a genocide by killing the children of the people in that place. Nowhere in Zoroastrianism do I see that Ahura Mazda tells the followers of his to take the sword and kill the child while they're sucking their mother's breast. Nowhere in Zoroastrianism do I hear the verse as I do in, would it be so horrible if we had maybe preserved that story and not let it fall by the wayside and maybe let other stories fall by the wayside? Like, I just think we've done a horrible job of picking the stories that we tell to our kids.
I think Zoroastrianism might have done a pretty good story of not including all the freaking traditional stuff that was going on in ancient Persia too. It's not like that was like some pacifist utopia. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get there's some nice stories in there that seem a little bit better, but it's like the idea that was some, like the place your parents grew up on the Woodstock tip. Like, I don't know.
Relative to other places, there is some indication that it was a kind of Shangri-La. We could get into that another time. Uniformly horrible. In other words, I think the middle of the 20th century is uniquely worse than the middle of the 19th century.
Well, parts of it for sure, yeah. Most of it. Well, the 19th, yeah.
And we can draw inferences from that comparison that are useful.
Well,
some things are worse than others. And if we're adults, we need to be able to tell.
I don't think empires, I think of Greek history. I don't think they need secret text to do the domination thing. I mean, Greece had philosophy and slavery, right? Like Rome, look at that. I mean, that's freaking civics religion, right? Like, and plenty of slavery to go around there. Like I think that violence and hierarchy don't necessarily need the scripture part that we point to a lot of times.
I think that you're making a category error.
What's that?
I think that you think that religion is a separable box because in the United States we have the notion of separation of church and state. And again, the reason we have rules of that separate church and state, weirdly, date back to King Cyrus in Persia, who ran his empire in this way, that he allowed his different conquests to run their civilization with their own religion. And he recognized that the people have a right of their own religion. Most places in the world, time and history, don't have that particular quality. In fact, they have almost none of the rights that we enjoy as citizens of the United States, because they weren't shared. Now, they weren't common, and it wasn't common for us to think about this. So in the United States, we have the sort of the white privilege of thinking in terms of religion as being a separate thing from culture and government. But in most times and places, culture and government and religion are all one package that's inextricably tied together, and there's no meaningful way to sort of separate the Siamese twins here. So that, in that sense, I think you're making a category error. In every society has a religious component that is kind of
to be missed too. I think
fully isolated, has its own heart and lungs and brain, and is fully individuated.
Yeah, I get your narrative.
That's just not the case in history.
I get your narrative. I do. I think the thing you missed largely when you do the Jewish thing, and well, you do it across the religions, but you do it particularly harshly with Judaism. I've heard you say, Christianity.
The Old Testament's a hell of a book.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was about to say. You're like, well, Christianity tells the same story essentially. I think there's a piece of it that what you don't give any leeway on, and that's why people who are Jewish hear you and go, "Oh my God, what's wrong with this guy?" Like Judaism, to me, out of the big three, I think what it does is it tries to do what religion usually doesn't do, which is the self-correction part. Right? They wrestle with it more so than I find Christianity or Muslims do. Right? I mean, I'm sure they all wrestle, but the public level of wrestling, the tradition of that wrestling, right? The stuff that you've heard Caleb talk, the Judeo-Christian stuff is just the domination narrative. It's not always that neat. History isn't like that, right? You have all kinds of traditions that have the violence and the abuse, and it's all in tension with the liberation stuff as well, right? And you're right that stories matter. I think the harder kind of thing to deal with is whether you can just discard traditions wholesale or wrestle with their worst parts and evolve them. And I do think Judaism tries to deal with that. You're like, oh yeah, they're celebrating bashing the kids, and everyone's like, no. And I know you're doing that to elicit them to think and like, what is it that you're really celebrating here? Because you push back against all these kind of celebrations. That's how you grew up questioning this kind of stuff. But they're already doing that work. And to me, it sounds like it lands on deaf ears when people try to say that to you, or you just don't care. Because it doesn't feel like that they're trying to say, hey, what we should do? We should go out and, kill the Egyptians. I just think that is such a strong, offensive stance to say to people. And I am no, Bible thumping theist for sure. I'm agnostic, to be clear. So I mean, I feel that when you say it, I'm like, bro, you don't think that's going a little far?
Well, I feel we've come to the point in our sermon when our attention should be drawn to the Word of God.
So that's enough.
The reading tonight is from Psalms, the 137th.
Here we go.
Psalm. And I'd just like you to sit back, take a deep breath, focus on the Word of God. Start the reading from the 7th verse. Remember, Lord, what the Edomites did on the day Jerusalem fell. Tear it down, they cried. Tear it down to its foundations. Daughter Babylon, doomed to destruction, happy is the one who repays you according to what you have done to us. Happy is the one who seizes your infants and dashes them against the rocks. I just really praise the Lord this evening for giving us such beautiful language, beautiful imagery, such inspiration, preparing our hearts to go out and face the beat. Whatever you can, leave it in the bed, leave it in the collection plate. If it's a 10, if it's 100, whatever you can, every penny counts. And blessed be the Holy God. Blessed be everybody here. And may your week be filled with the glory of God.
Amen. Father. Benjamin, I thank you for hanging out, taking the pressure out. I'll probably open another room that won't have recordings on if people want to, get your autograph or whatever, or pee on it, right? So with that, I'll open another room if you feel like coming in, and thanks everybody. Appreciate it. Yes, you did, man.
What's your view on, formal education from IT?
Who should
Go into,
Oh my god, Jayla, I wanna touch your pussy.
Yeah. Wait, you saw 50 Cent?
He put his hand around me and squeezed
No way.
Yeah.
Wait, Danny Mayer? I love that.
Oh my god. That's iconic shit.
Yeah.
Super nice guy.
That is really sucking a beaver stick. I don't know where the fuck she is. Daddy.
I'm here so you can curse me with some fucking bullshit.
Daddy, shut the fuck up.
What the fuck did you not say anything?
I don't think that's funny to ask if I'm here so you could sing a sarandonga where you're cursing yourself. That's gonna be your
I wanted to make sure you weren't here that way. You know what they say, ears that don't listen, heart that doesn't break.
I think you're evil, Fiona.
Danny, we don't want you. Danny, we're trying to save you from going to jail. Like, what the fuck?
to Sarandonga, because T-Ville said everyone on Clubhouse is trying to put me in jail and they're gonna throw a party when they do it. And so when I told Fiona that, Fiona started singing Sarandonga.
Can you sing it first, Dan?
Sarandonga is a fucking festivity in fucking Spanish.
So that's when the rooms, because I think Fiona got in trouble for saying you're going to jail, but Fiona did say 3 days ago from their boss at the FBI.
I stopped saying hands on the wall because I made an oath as a woman to Dimitri.
As a woman?
Yeah.
Well, Gigi told me that you work for the FBI as a special agent.
Danny, you're fucking telling me that you're taking the words of somebody who calls PTS on you to heart?
Yeah, for MPI, because they said they had to because of their job. So, I believe them.
Danny, what's your address again?
None of your fucking business, bitch.
Then come over, then let me give you my address, and you can come over to my house.
Then you're gonna kill me.
Danny, I'm not gonna kill you. I'm just gonna give you a lot of hugs. Oh, I forgot. I have to file a restraining order against you. If you want to take a turkey baster and take my DNA and impregnate yourself. Okay? Don't worry. You don't have to address.
What I said, Fiona said they made a pie of ricin.
You know, Danny, you're gonna take my DNA so you can get impregnated. So she can put me on child support and take half my fortune. That's not funny.
Danny, you don't even half that fortune is nothing.
He's not gonna take away the $400 million.
I know. Fiona was complaining about how little the FBI agents make, and I agree. You know, you can make a lot more. You know, like I get it. Like that's not that much money.
Danny,
I just
really past your bedtime though. What are you doing?
Danny's readjusting her schedule. Danny, look at the picture I just sent you. Look at this guy. Look at how he keeps sleeping on my dumbbells. Isn't it so cute? And he fights with them. Or he bunny kicks them and shit. What's wrong with him?
Stop cursing me.
Danny, nobody's cursing. I'm cursing you loving the universe.
Danny, you literally said, the last thing that you sent me in my back channel is a picture of Auschwitz ass. Okay, shut the fuck up.
Wait, what?
I actually sent it twice, but it popped up on my newsfeed from this shit post. It's from a Jewish group. It was from a Jewish group, and what it is a bunch of crayons. But it's not just Auschwitz ash, it's baby shit green. Corporations are people too. Insufferable vegan green. Boner pill blue.
What the hell are you talking about?
Danny, what are you
Do you see how the white cred says white lives matter? The white people.
You're a horrible person, Danny. You're a horrible person, Danny. And you're going to Auschwitz now, okay?
The blue one is called Scientology, spelled C-Y-A-N.
Oh my God, we have the whole section.
Wait, I thought you were going coffee or just you sit here.
Oh, presidential orange. That's a Trump.
We have Dylan here too. If anyone says anything mean to me, I'm leaving. Dylan, we can't help that. We can't help that. Why would you leave just because one person called you something bad? No, because I'm realizing that I don't hang out with bullies. And I don't come on the Clubhouse to listen to bullshit. Well, no, you should come on Clubhouse to you should come on Clubhouse to have a good time. And if you're not having a good time, block those people or just hang around them. I agree with you, Dylan. Exactly. I've been very liberal with blocking people lately.
I made it to 4.1, but people are blocking me left and right.
Dylan, honestly, Danny, I'm going to get you blocked, Danny. You need to start with a new account and be humble because you've been doing this shit for years. I can get to,
Don't defame the head with Philip. Come on.
I don't know. Look, I grew up
It all gets jumbled.
But yeah, he apologized and donated to the ADL. And I go, yo, Philip, is this real? Like, I DM'd him, and he goes, yeah, bro, stay safe. And it was like super fucking cryptic.
What did he apologize for?
Anti-Semitism.
Oh, that's too vague. He did so much of that shit. But he had so many things to choose from. Like, was it a specific? Like, I'm excited now. Which thing did he do that was so bad?
I don't even fucking. I think like after Clubhouse, he went on Twitter, and whatever you saw on Clubhouse was nothing compared to what Twitter was for him.
Oh, so, wow. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Like, he went full Kanye on Twitter, basically. And then just never heard from him. That was so weird.
Is Normal having a full manic episode in the chat with himself?
Normal's just going crazy in my chat.
Wasn't Blood or his dad, was one of them like the pest control guy or something, or no? Am I getting that wrong?
I don't know. I don't know what they did. I don't think Philip was working at all, did he?
I forget. Somebody. I can't remember these people. I don't know.
That would be even worse if he was that would bode well for the club. Especially for like I started thinking, is this the bedtime story?
It is something that witness to our solemn and bloody offering. May it reveal the guilty in their presence, find the truth. May the warriors ascribe victory to their
super chill. He'd be like, yeah, and then at some point, it's like he'd start getting like a twitchy eye. You could almost visualize it. He'd just be like, he'd just get twitchy. He'd just be like, and I think the meaning of life is like a circle, except when the fucking Zios come. And then he would just go off, and then he'd calm down again.
Look what y'all did to him, man. That's an old man right there. He'll never forget.
Yeah. I'll fuck around and find out, I guess. But yeah, Abba Phillip was one of the funnier characters, I think.
You know who I ran into on Twitter was Esther. I forget her old Clubhouse name, but Esther, and she was like, you remember Esther? She was like wild, like always all caps, in the chat. And one time I came in and found her and Zuko meditating together. And she was like, he's like leading the meditation, and her under her breath is like fucking Palestinians are like 2 pieces of shit, And when I came on Twitter, she was genuinely excited to see me. I hadn't talked to her for 2 years. She was fucking like,
Esther was excited to see you? Are you serious?
Was so stoked. She was like, oh my God, everyone shut up. Let me talk to Palestine revolt.
Oh, Jesus.
Remember something I told her about one of my dad's best friends being Jewish, and she wanted me to retell the story? I'm like, oh my God. She's the older lady, the one who's just like, y'all are just jealous of the Jews.
Yeah, no, I know, but there were two. There was the fat one, and then there was the skinny one.
I don't know. She's the one who's like, we're so smart, we're so rich. She's that lady.
I know, but there were two of them.
It wasn't the fat one. It wasn't that one. Oh, yeah, it was a different lady. I forget what her name is. But, yeah. Twitter, I was running into random Zios from Twitter that used to be on Clubhouse. And it was weird because it was so weird, bro. Except Ari, he wasn't that happy. He was happy, but he didn't want to show it, I guess. I don't know. It was like, I'm mad at you, but I'm happy to see it.
Did you ever meet Ari in person?
No. I've met a couple people on Clubhouse, but
Yo, it's this shit. Yo, baptizer.
Hey, what's up?
Is this guy, yeah?
Which guy?
I just sent you. He's running for the Republican primary.
Yeah, that's the guy in Florida. Yeah. The chocolate thing. Fishback, or he's all over Twitter too. He's Catholic, bro. He's kind of. I don't think he has charisma, but you know, he's going with the message of like the right wing, like conservative one. He's a Catholic guy, yeah. Like, I'm not sure. I think he's definitely Christian. I don't know if he's Catholic or what, but he, I guess, just got unbanned on Twitter. I don't know why he's running in Florida though, considering that's like not just like a very Jewish population, but a lot of Israelis too. It's probably his home state or something. Yeah, it's probably true, but I'm just like, bro, you're like, this is such an uphill battle. I don't know. It's odd. I have to start somewhere. True. Who's Hochi? Santoro. Hochi Santoro. I don't agree with the Donald Trump part, but I agree with the other part. The average American, unfortunately, is amazing. I don't know what to say. Donald Trump is a prototype. Yeah, I guess. He was on WWE. That was pretty cool. He like choke slammed Vince McMahon. He was the judge of all like the teen Miss USA teen whatever. I don't know. He's got an odd resume, bro. I don't know how I feel about it. Home Alone 2. Don't forget that as well. True. Shout out to Chicago. Home Alone 2. Shout out to Chicago. Donald Trump. He was featured on Meek Mill. Hochi, how do you feel about Bashar al-Assad compared to Donald Trump? Who? Bashar? Donald Trump. Know this. What the fuck? Oh, fuck. How does Gabriel know this? Yeah, I don't know. I think Bashar is probably somewhere in Russia right now, getting a new face or some shit. Who knows? He's doing dentistry. Oh, man, it's Jason. What's up, Jason? Look at the shit I wandered into. I'm like, I wonder who these people are. I pop in, and they're like, guys, the greatest thing I've ever heard. And they start playing. Yes, us three are here. We'll always remember. I'm okay with that. No worth to remember. That's right. Who's beef? Is this? No, I don't know. Oh God, it's Sam. Sam. Does Gabriel know Sam? I don't know. Is Sam a member of my tribe? Yeah. Okay, good. That's good. I don't think you will get along though. We needed some reinforcement. He's not a sexy Jew, is he? I hope. No, he's like I think they would get along. You know. No, Sam's a race realist. Yeah. Sam. Gabriel's white though, or not white, but you know. You know me. You're the Joe Chase me over there. Oh, Andrew, dude, we need him back. He came back. No way. Andrew was on Twitter quite a bit. What show was he on? Didn't he get on some famous show? Alex Jones or something. So what is the who's everyone here? Like what is this community that I'm in right now? So this is OG Clubhouse 2020, 2021. We've got the top line is the middle line is Jews and Friends and Allies, and you're the third line, which is also Jews and Friends and Allies. Is Hochi a Jew, a friend, or an ally? Or actually, I can't confirm. I have no idea what the So because the Jews are dangerous, it's good to get them away from other people and put them in one place.
So I'm an anti-Semitic.
It's your own state, dude. You guys can all.
Listen, you gotta take one for the rest of the world.
You just came to my spot, which I am like, no, dude, go like.
You have to be somewhere.
But it's just not even that nice there. Like I've been there.
That's what I was trying to tell them. Why are you guys?
But you can just get a better spot, like Illinois or.
You can live in like a
Illinois is their milk into high. That's their.
I just moved to Illinois, to be honest, but it's funny that you say that, but no,
well, guys, I was talking to.
What about Sweden? Just go to.
Going to.
Go to Sweden for fuck's sake. Malmo is great for Palestinians.
We're surrounded. All of us will do. You're around the phone. And I'm like, you came here. You knew what the fuck it was.
I may or may not have been to Malmo before. Yes.
Oh, did you see the Ibrahimovic statue? At least.
I did not.
Oh. Somali area, like maybe, but like outside of that, you should be.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a relief. If you go to the.
Well, you don't have to. Wait. There are Jews in Malmo, and they don't run. They actually dress like they are the religious Jews.
Jews run in New York City. You see that shit?
Malmo is considered a no-go zone for most Jews who are visible Jews. They have to be incredibly careful.
That is so gross.
Dude, there's articles, there's videos of this shit. Like, just Google it. Google anti-Semitism in Malmo. Sweden's acknowledged it.
Who's doing the anti-Semitism? Is it Moroccans or?
I honestly don't. I don't remember. Last time I looked at this was like a year and a half ago. I don't even know who it is, but it is not. It is not the original Swedes, if you will.
I'm just so proud of it. I'm so proud of the first state. Like, I'm just so proud of my people. You know.
Beef is not even Jewish, is he? Is Beef Jewish?
No, he is. He's just you wouldn't like it. He's a weird Jew, but he's a Jew.
No, they would. They're both very liberal.
I'm not very liberal these days, but yeah.
Wait, even in America or in general?
I'm a moderate at this point. Yeah.
Why would we not get along? What's the issue? Because you're a race realist, yeah, but I don't know. Maybe Gabe has moved on.
Wait, he's a race realist?
Yes. Yeah.
What the fuck? How do you define that?
Like, I
you know how like different groups of people have different heights, like that, like Inuit people aren't the same height as like, people that are like, I don't know, they're like Swedes are taller than Inuit people, for example. Like that sort of thing exists, not just for the body, but for the brain as well. And it's not like a huge deal, but it's just like reality,
Gabe, you would have been doing major damage control if you were on Clubhouse with this guy. Back in the day.
I was on Clubhouse back in the day on 20. No, if I was doing this shit, I would have been kicking him out of clubs and like or houses or whatever.
He would have been in the group Jews, but not Jews and allies, basically.
But I get to meet Brett Weinstein on this app and Eric Weinstein. Okay, Brett Weinstein, by the way, is like the worst at like talking about Jews and Judaism and Zionism and Israel. It's like he thinks he's so incredibly smart on these topics. He's not. He's smart about other shit. When he talks about this stuff, he's like, I guess that's the phrase too clever by half. And by half, I mean like he has half a brain and he knows half the history on these topics. It's pretty embarrassing.
I remember one time you had a room with Eric Weinstein, Gabriel, and it was a big room and stuff, but he was so excited to talk to Eric Weinstein. And he's like, yeah, I live in Israel. It's great. Eric, I'm so happy to see you. And Eric's just like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. But I can see the wheels turning in Gabriel's head like, no. I need to get your contact info, bro. You need to come, and I need to use you for propaganda, dude. That was a good time.
Yeah, I haven't found, either of the Weinsteins like incredibly good, but like Eric is definitely more intelligent than Brett.
Yeah, I saw him on Joe Rogan, and I was like, I remember Lex used to come in here all the time. Lex, he used to just come in the audience.
I remember that.
Yeah, I don't know what was up with him.
Fucking boring.
I felt like he was making a fucking, yeah, he's very monotone. I felt like he was making like a documentary. I was afraid to talk whenever he came in.
Jason, how have you been, man? It's been a long time.
Well, I've been good. I come on the app, still working doing the same kind of work. I still come on the app and argue with the anti-Zionists and try to explain, that they need to get with it, that there is a conspiracy.
Thanks. Are you Jewish?
No, I'm not Jewish, but at some point I'm Buddhist. But I'm like, damn, this Abrahamic religion stuff really has a lot of people up in arms. I should go see what this is about.
That is 100% you. I could just see you like cock your head to the side, raise your one ear like a dog, and just be like, this stuff's kind of cool. I should just go visit it.
This guy is a centrist, fence sitter, doesn't take anything.
Everybody have that, bro. They got me again.
Oilers, welcome back.
What the fuck? Oilers? Jesus.
Yeah, using Christ
to get clipped this time.
butter.
I don't even know. Usually I know what I said, but I'm like, what the fuck?
Can we do it when we're doing before?
Bro, hold on. Bro, I can't keep making you account, bro. Can you just tell your community to leave me alone, bro? I'm not even trolling them anymore.
Hold on, you want me to come up and say hi to Jack? What's up, bro? I'm down the street.
It's a weird
Oilers, we don't all.
This was inspired by Goo. This profile.
Oh, stop it. You guys haven't said that.
Oh my god, maybe it's not you.
Is that your baby?
It's what I imagine when I close my eyes. I'm like, this is what it would look like.
Wait, I have a question. Were you and Gabriel? He's the anti-Zionist pro-Palestine now.
No, I'm not. How you been, guys? What's going on, Jack and Gabriel? How you guys doing? You good?
I was on X about a year ago a lot, and now lately I just, here and there, not too much.
Okay.
So are you famous or something, Gabriel?
Yeah.
He used to be famous on this app, like big time.
Big time.
Oh yeah. I remember Gabriel.
Where's Guy and Majid? That's all we need to complete this.
Fuck, you remember Guy Franco?
Jeff was here.
Fantastic. Remember the Zach that was in New York in Juicy Restaurant?
Yeah. You know what's funny? Maybe a year ago, I came on Clubhouse, and Zach and Majid were in the car together driving. I think Majid was driving him to the airport, go to Israel, bro.
Wow.
I feel like I'm crashing someone else's high school reunion.
Yeah, literally.
This is a bad sign, by the way. Look, Jeff is here. Jeff is in the audience.
Why is that a bad sign?
Jeff, come on, bro.
Jeff.
Jeff missed my
Jews they all went to the Telegram group and were like, there's a room going on, kid.
I want my people to know that I literally could know.
Let's tag everybody, bro. Hold on. Let's tag everybody, bro. Somebody bring Axe up here. Somebody bring Bush here.
I haven't been on this damn app for a while. I walked into this room, had no idea who it was, and all of a sudden, it's these dudes.
Gabriel texted me.
You're fucking Algerian. You're supposed to tell me when you change your name.
That's right.
Oh my god, I love Mortal Kombat, bro.
I really hate this cordial gimmick that you guys got going on. Can we start a...
Oh, I'm ready.
You guys did start a war. It was October 7th.
We get it.
Hey, 45th Ward, we're here in our Cornish Park community in a beautiful Six Corners. We are behind what used to be the former Sears site, as you can see. Now it's 206 beautiful apartments. It's a ground floor Target. Right now, we are under construction, and we're anxiously awaiting Burlington, and we will also have our first street in the city of Chicago, which we're all very excited about. We'll also have, which is excellent. I'm very.
Which I think is bullshit, but someone said he said he's in Florida, Jeff? No, he was here for a conference. It was not an impact conference.
Proud to say.
I'll dox him to you later, to Gabriel, but yeah, I did meet him. None of these people are your favorite Jews. Who's a leftist Jew?
All the fucking leftist Jews are freaking weird. I mean, I like you, Buttercup. Buttercup the leftist Jew.
Is she Jew?
Dude, at least a communist will fucking tell me what the fuck you feel about. Wait, she's not Jewish.
I stayed straight. What do you mean?
Are you a member?
I like you a lot, like as a person.
Weird that everybody has new names. It's so weird. I know all the voices, the names are lining up.
Sorry, darling.
Gabriel's name is the same.
Okay, darling.
I'm still me.
I know you are too.
It's just that, like, I gotta commit brain cells to figure out who people are.
Jeff, I find it disgusting that you don't represent Jersey in your body.
Well, I think that's a fair criticism, Joe.
Jersey? Why the fuck would he rep Jersey?
He's from Jersey.
I'm from Jersey originally.
Bro, you are a shapeshifter. Algerian, German, Jersey, Indy.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Algeria is fucking sexy though.
I mean, I do my best.
I'm a B in Indy.
Is that?
In Miami, man.
Do you remember, like, when it was like... It was yes. They were there.
Dude, I never stopped running Jews in
Palestinian clubhouse, and they would have like these stints of peace with like Jewish clubhouse, and I was like, yeah, this is hot.
I was running Jewish rooms, bro. I still am, clearly.
Look how sweet it is. Like, Jews and Palestinians cannot live with each other, but cannot live without each other.
And
I get along with Mehmet because he's Algerian, that's it.
That's right.
Jeff, I already told him Mehmet's low-key a Zionist anyway, like, and like, he got all upset. I was like, dude, it's okay, he's fine.
Never.
On the down low. He's on the down low, Zionist. I mean, Gabriel, not in front of his friends.
That was definitely Bashar.
Where's Bashar?
Bashar, bro.
Wait, who did what? The roof? Oh yeah, 100% that was me. Remember, that used to be the biggest insult for anyone. Oh, you're a normalizer. Okay, yeah, so what?
Well, yeah, so what?
They literally run the Jewish room. I started the room with like that.
Yeah.
Who in the world is this? It's got a dragon. What's that? John Kitover? The numbers are trying to get hung up on the issue again. Watch and learn. Oh, wow. Sunshine goes against the
News line tonight, we looking better than math.
today. I'm going to help you today. I'd like to say hello. Angela, what do you got for us? They call me this for the fins in 83. It's driving me nuts. Come to the bed on the couch, Tony. Don't have me for the pain. Congratulations today.
Your racist fails, and then he
a man with a name.
like, aloha, look at what you get, Muslims or Jews or whoever. You try to pull, or Hawaiians. One time he did a Hawaiian rib, I think.
Good morning, everyone. We just finished up a segment on Birthday Chicago. We were talking about the Budget Accountability Coalition that was just recently formalized. I believe that coalition was formalized because of the fact that we want to make sure
$38.3 billion. That's what ICE is going to spend. With a network of detention centers across the
talking about, like you poof, 5,000 people just vaporized. Those apparently, reputedly, are working. But it looks like 50,000 Hamas guys.
But it looks like 50,000 Hamas guys are dead because that's how many the Hamas guys are.
Your propaganda is way better than
50,000 is
Gabriel. Your propaganda has gone down the shitter.
60 would be better, but 50 is pretty good.
Oh, he's being funny.
You know what particularly surprised me though is Gabriel said though it's actually that when there was like a fucking heat wave in the middle of the winter in Jerusalem that the Jews were able to control the weather and make it snow in Gaza. That was really like I'm amazed that genocide didn't work.
I mean, quite literally, it was like an Israeli, bunch of Israelis in a basement that mocked starving children and living.
I mean, whoever made it was brilliant, and I'm mocking it.
Those people who made that video, good chance is their like grandparents survived the Holocaust or something, and now they're making those videos.
Their grandkids mock victims of the next Holocaust.
Listen, we control.
Well, I have a serious question though. Are you guys terrified of Zionists yet?
To be honest, we live there.
No, that's not
Then you don't really believe we killed God, do you? Because you should be very scared.
Well, I mean, why would I be scared?
Because we killed your God.
You just brought it to trial. It was the Romans who killed. Here's the thing, Mr. John.
Hold on, wait.
Jason, stop bothering us with the truth.
I had to remove that faggot for saying something so
I don't blame you.
But in all seriousness, Mr. John, you guys tried. Then
here's what he was literally taking responsibility for killing Christ, and then the fucking centrist retard goes, well, yeah, right?
What are you complaining about? He came back, didn't he? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but that's right.
I mean, you might want to think that was all part of the plan.
Well, I mean, for him, yeah, not for you.
Yo, well, hold on. Yo, Chad, bro, what's up with y'all Jews, bro? Y'all just like trolls now.
No, not all of us, just the good ones.
I got like you guys are just like actually just like incel trolls.
No, not really. I just came back from the club. I'm feeling kind of happy. I saw some friends in here. I see some eat so much, but you know, it is what it is.
Bub?
Well, I mean, I went to Shabbat dinner first, and that was fun. And then after that, I went to
Shabbat dinner.
No. Really, I went to Shabbat dinner. It was great. We sang Shalom Aleichem. We did the kiddush on the wine. We did the bread. We ate the fish. We ate the meat. We kibbutz a little bit. I yelled at a 44-year-old. I yelled at a 44-year-old who's never been married. I told him to man up and realize he's not high value. He needs to settle. And then I went to the club, and then I came back here, and I saw Gabriel, some other people. So I figured I'd stop in.
Yeah, I can't lie, yo, Jeff. You know what I remember, bro? The most inflammatory beer community. You niggas were always here on Saturday, bro, with the lights on.
Well, I don't fully keep Shabbat, so that's okay.
Yeah, none of you do. Absolutely none of you do.
It's okay.
I keep Shabbat. Like, I use electronics. Like, I'll use pagers, for example, on Shabbat. I'll definitely use pagers.
You're a cheater, bro. You're cheating.
No. I'm scoring points when I use pagers. That's all I'm doing.
You're supposed to light one candle and if it goes out, that's it.
What religion are you?
Listen, I studied you guys, bro. Y'all not a lot of white. You're not a lot of white.
Oilers is from one of the lost tribes. He's a Jewish guy. You guys don't even know. You don't even know who you're with. No, what are you? Oiler.
He's Somali.
No, but he's that like despised subgroup that we're like historically Jewish. What was it? Yavir. Yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah, he's
Oilers. Come on, that's true. Shabbat Shalom, Oilers.
Actually, Gabe, since you're here, bro,
what's up, bud?
Your Braves team, bro. What's going on?
Fuck, yes, I ain't. Not my boy.
He's your boy.
No. Listen, Jeffrey Epstein is much more likely to be interested in you given your age and your orientation. He's a lot more excited out given your age and your orientation than me. That's all I gotta say.
This is actually how I found out.
You're gonna have to account for what you were doing between ages 12 and 14.
Hold on. This is actually how I found out none of you on Clubhouse are big hitters, bro. I searched up all of you in them files. None of you there. I was so shocked. None of you are big hitters, bro. None of y'all were invited to a great island. That's crazy.
Look at him. Look at him. Low key exonerating all of us. Thank you.
Listen, I thought. Listen, I'll give you that. I thought you guys were. I thought y'all were big hitters, bro. I googled your names. I was like, oh shit, these dudes.
Never been on the island. Yo, careful, it's FBI, man.
So good.
So, sir, are you
I'm both. I'm Palestinian and Lebanese.
That is awesome. Are you Christian?
I have one parent that's Christian, one parent that is Muslim.
And she has a little Jewish inside her.
So my roommate, Arab Israeli or Palestinian Israeli, whatever.
You love interfaith marriages in Lebanon.
He was my roommate, and I think he had Muslims in his family and Christians.
That's right.
Yeah, we went to Hebrew together.
Wait, you're a Jew?
That's right. I'm a big Jew.
You're a Jew?
Very much.
Jew?
Hold on. What did you say?
I'm extra Jew. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
I like you guys pretty well.
I trip to the Finland couch time.
Here watching the Jews normalize. I'll file a report with Norm tomorrow morning. You know, this is a good round. I'm glad the Harvard educated Jews came back, bro. I had to sit up here in the big fucking elbow.
The base for the Finns in '83 is driving me nuts. Why don't you just ask us? Now, just Google it. According to the web, the John Kitover lost the 1983 Tri-County Spelling Bee.
Why did it go?
In porn and make me uncomfortable. Why would that bother you?
Yeah, you know they got him on Stop Anti-Semites or Stop Anti-Semitism, whatever.
No, I didn't know that.
Finally had his big break. Wow.
Yeah,
I know he's been auditioning for years, but he never quite made it to the big time. So that's great. Good for him.
he's a big hitter. No cap.
No cap. Okay. So what were you saying?
Sorry, no, it's the first time I speak to you. I've never seen you here.
You never heard of Gabriel?
No, I've never.
You and is it BB?
No.
Wait, did you say?
Fly tonight?
No, he was not people.
No, I never fought with them.
No, but there was a simple war.
I don't like how quiet I'll go.
Oh, wow.
I think all of us are a little uncomfortable anyway.
Question. Gabriel, did you defend Nora Bandura when she was? She's
Why would anyone defend her?
It's a genuine question.
Is she in the audience? Yeah.
That's what he's asking.
How
Are you getting hung up on
her doing? Is she doing better? That video was not.
The last I spoke to her, she seems to be doing better.
Okay, good. Yeah, that wasn't a good moment.
Did you?
The only real good Jew.
I don't recall saying anything about it.
Andrew Meyer is the greatest Jew.
I actually didn't recognize. I didn't connect the person in the video.
I trip to the Finland couch time. How heavy could it be? Whoa! Hey, you're supposed to hold garbage. Not becoming. Come on, your buddy's back. Classic banana peel. Really? Great. Locked up.
In '83, it's driving me nuts. Why don't you just ask us? Nah, I'll just Google it. According to the web, the John Kitover lost the 1983 Tri-County Spelling Bee.
What do you got for us? They call him
Gabriel, man, somebody shoot you on here and do something?
Conference.
Is that what happened? That somebody tried to dox you and show up to your house and something?
Top left mod.
Yeah, there was like 4 people. I think 2 or 3 of them are here. Yeah. Yeah.
No,
Gabriel, you blamed me. Dude. I've never known.
I was
I trip to the Finland couch time. How heavy could it be? Whoa! Hey.
Hold on a sec, Mr. Bibi. Bashar. So I was told by reputable sources that you can yell. Well, several other people besides just her.
Yeah, so yell, basically.
I did not say that. I was not the person.
No,
I trip to the Finland.
this is what happened. Someone came to our room and posted people were talking about, I can look up and find Gabriel's address on Google or some shit. And they posted it in our chat. Some friend of Gabriel came in, saw someone posted it in our chat, heard us talking about it, and went and told him, Palestine revolt, Mike, these people, blah, blah, blah. Doxed you. No, the fuck we didn't. Someone just posted it who was in our room, and
someone went to his house, man. That's what I heard. Is that true?
No one fucking went to his house.
No, ask Gabriel. Did somebody show up at your place?